start. Ready? Morning, everyone, and welcome to the Licensing and Safety Committee this morning. Just to confirm, this meeting today is webcast, so members of the public can watch and join us. I think because we have a number of new members to the committee, it would be right to do introductions, so I'll begin. My name's Amanda Pinnock, Councillor Amanda Pinnock. I'm the Chair of the Licensing and Safety Committee, and we'll start from this row. Councillor Sokal.
Yes. I'm a Councillor Mohan Sokal, over in Greenhill Ward. Thank you. Councillor Anwar, Dewsbury West.
Councillor Michael Watson, Denby Dale Ward.
Councillor Sulia Richards, Newsom Ward, subbing for Councillor Allison.
Councillor Jill Lawson from Coslamore, Neverton.
Hi, I'm Councillor Moses Crook from Home Valley South.
Councillor Adam Zaman, Butley East Ward.
Councillor Eric Firth, but today I'm substituting for Councillor James Homewood.
Councillor Adam Gregg, Lindley Ward.
Andrew Marchington, one of the councillors for the Goka Ward.
I'm Fiona Goldsmith, I'm the Group Leader for Licensing.
Russell Williams, Operational Manager within Public Protection with oversight for licensing, school transport and complex enforcement.
Martin Wood, Head of Public Protection.
I'm Councillor Paula Davis for Almonbury Ward on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Do we have any apologies?
Yes, Chair, we've received apologies from Councillor Karen Allison, Councillor David Hall, Councillor James Homewood and Councillor Kath Taylor.
Thank you, and I understand we have some substitutes today.
We've got Councillor Eric Firth for standing in for James Homewood and Councillor Sue Richards standing in for Councillor Karen Allison.
Thank you. Right, we'll go straight into the agenda. So minutes of the previous meeting that was held on the 2nd of March 2022. Can we have a show of hands to show approval of that, please, for all those that were here? Thank you. Any interest to declare from anyone? No? Admissions of the public is the next item. As I've said before, this is webcast. I understand today there are no exclusions of the public in respect of any agenda item. Any deputations or petitions?
None received, Chair.
The next item is public question time. Any questions?
None received, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go straight into item 7, which is a review of the licensing policy statement in respect of gambling. Can I ask the officer to outline the application, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So as the Chair has stated, the purpose of the report is to inform members of the results of the consultation that was carried out on the Council's draft licensing policy statement for gambling, and for members to make a recommendation to full Council for adoption, please. The Gambling Act 2005 currently requires licensing authorities to publish at least every 3 years a statement of their licensing policy. A copy of the proposed policy can be shown at Appendix 1 within the amendments. Within it, the amendments to the policy in line with the guidance are shown in purple. The consultation took place between the 1st of April 22 and the 16th of May 22, and page 3 of the proposed draft policy sets out those persons who were consulted. Following the consultation, we did receive 4 responses. The responses that were received was just a general inquiry regarding the Gambling Act, somebody who held a small lotteries licence who was unsure what what the whole point of the Gambling Act actually is. So it wasn't relevant to the consultation. We received a comment about that there was no direct mention to small lotteries licences, and there were some American spellings on the policy. I've taken that on board, and when we put the policy back up, once it's gone through the process, we will make sure that the American spellings have been removed. And there were 2 representations received from 2 of our premises on behalf of them from their legal advisors, in which they disagreed with the word limit that was placed in Part D for reducing gambling harms through the public health approach. They stated that comments referring to an approach that will seek to limit the number of gambling premises is contrary to the current legislative framework. The authority's policy, as per section 349 of the Gambling Act 2005, should contain the principles that it proposes to apply in exercising its functions under the Gambling Act 2005, and it was not appropriate document to contain additional commentary which is beyond the scope of the policy's function, and it should be removed. And this was specifically in relation to the word limit that was placed in that section of the policy. So members are asked to consider the responses to the consultation and the amendments that we made to the policy as a result of the responses. Specifically, we're asking for members to remove the word limit from Part D4 and then recommend to full council that the proposed draft policy at Appendix 1 to be formally adopted as the council's licensing policy statement. It's a matter for you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions? Councillor Sokal?
Thank you, Chair. I think, yeah, this is the review going on after 3 years. Yeah, we had the first one agreed 2019. I don't know, Chair, how many consultation letter gone out to the gambling organization, but the response we got is very poor. It's only 4. So 4 of them you are recommended, but they don't disagree. No, they don't agree with the deep wording, D4, yeah. But can you explain me why there is a poor response? Only 4 people responded back, and what's the word Part D, yeah.
Yeah, so generally speaking, when it comes to the Gambling Act, when we consult with every single licence holder that holds a gambling licence within the authority, and all those others that are on the list. Generally speaking, we would only get responses to this type of consultation when there are issues or when those premises feel that there's a problem with what is within the gambling policy. We have had the response to say that the word limit shouldn't be put in. I have to say it slipped past me when Public Health wrote that section, because we can't limit the number of gambling premises within the authority. It's not within our power to do so. The reason why we get limited responses, I can't really answer that question. I don't think it's just us. I think it would be a national thing that, you know, responses aren't always forthcoming to the Gambling Act. We do send out consultation, we go through a full consultation. On this occasion, the changes that we've done are quite minor. It is, and what we've done is in accordance with what the Gambling Commission have stated that we should be putting into our policy.
Sorry.
I think you mentioned Part D, didn't you? Part D4. You said you wanted to know what that was?
So what we've done this year, we're working really closely with our public health team, and they're looking at certain aspects of the Gambling Act and the Licensing Act and the harms that are created from gambling and licensing and pubs and alcohol and everything. And they're creating a tool, and that tool is going to be able to identify where there are problem spots. So if there's areas within the authority where there's a higher increase of health-related issues related to gambling or alcohol licensing. So on this occasion, it just, as we were reviewing the policy, Public Health requested that they put a section in on public health harms, and they created that section to go in to say that we are looking into these matters and we are going to be looking at where there may be problems and issues within the borough, and trying to work on ways that we can solve those problems.
Chair,
Okay.
just to add to what Fiona said, and just to take on board Councillor Stockhill's concerns over the low number of responses, like Fiona said, I don't think it's unusual that for gambling. We do have regular meetings with the Gambling Commission, which is the national regulator for operators, that involve other local authorities as well. So I think we'll take that on board and raise that with the Gambling Commission and see what's happening across the country in relation to consultation responses and any novel ways of trying to get people engaged in when we're consulting on policy.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of points, if I may. Just turning to page 7 of the report, that's page 23 in the meeting bundle. Here there's talk about consulting with the Gambling Commission before planning any enforcement, and also seeing whether they consider the approach to enforcement is appropriate. It just feels to me there that we're being a little bit subservient, and I was trying to understand why do we need to effectively get their permission to take enforcement action when we as a council and committee are tasked with regulating things in this area.
The Gambling Commission themselves, over time, the Gambling Commission previously used to have a lot more control over enforcement of cases, and over time it slowly trickled to the local authorities to do more within the authority, because obviously they have issues with resourcing and whatnot in the Gambling Commission. So generally speaking, when something comes through that may need enforcement action, it is good practice, and it is useful for us to coordinate with the Gambling Commission, because they are the experts in relation to gambling and any enforcement action that does need taking.
Okay, thanks for that. I've got a couple more if I may. And then turn to page 17, page 33 of this bundle. There we say more than the permitted number of machines may be physically located on the premises, but the onus is on the licensee to demonstrate that no more than the permitted number are available for use at any one time. Now that struck me as effectively reversing the burden of proof. In essence, I would have thought it should be for us as an enforcing authority to prove that at any particular point in time, more than the permitted number are available for use, rather than it being the onus being on the licensee to presumably, if effectively, prove a negative. So, you know, that they could achieve what they've got to prove by just unplugging them, that they're not available. Surely what we're talking about here is looking for instances where there have been more available, proving that and taking some enforcement. So I just feel that section there just looks at it from the wrong end of the telescope, really.
I think we take on board, you know, your comments. In reality, for us to physically be going out proactively and doing the enforcement, the burden generally is on the licence holder to evidence that they are not doing it. And when we go out and do visits, when we do our inspections, we will look for those situations where, have you got more gaming machines in the premises? Have you got more on the premises? How are you stopping them from, if you've got more than you've allotted in the premises, how are you stopping them from being used? So I suppose in some ways, yes, the onus is on them, but we would still do our due diligence checks when we were out.
Okay, thanks for that. Let's have a look. Just page 27, looking at this, the public health policy. There was just in the 3rd paragraph, people can engage in gambling activity. That appears to be a duplication of a word there. That probably needs sorting. And that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I think I saw Councillor Marchinson's hand go up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I just want to pick up on the point you're making about the public health concerns and what we actually can do. So understand from other parts of the policy there's things like self-exclusion schemes. It's careful about how premises might be. So what's the best, so if we get a public health saying there's a concern about gambling in a particular area, is it do we have any opportunity to control the number of premises there, or is it what any premise might do to reduce the harm caused to vulnerable people in a particular area?
I think, as I've stated, we can't limit numbers. We can't stop people from opening gambling premises within the authority. However, what we can do is, if we have an area that there is harm identified, we can work more closely with them. We can look at the conditions that they have on the licences, and we can, you know, work with them to ensure that their due diligence in what they're doing and ensuring that they're, you know, taking care of the customers that are coming to their premises.
Chair, just to add to that, the toolkit that Fiona mentioned earlier on that Public Health are working on, although Public Health aren't a responsible authority under the Gambling Act, the vision is for that toolkit to enable residents, councillors to be able to put locations in and see what the harm is, and then assist in making representations against applications, and that coupled with our local area profile, we hope will increase people's ability to, like I say, make representations against applications that do come in, albeit we don't get many applications.
Sorry, Amanda, can you just, so that's really useful. So we can't limit the number of premises. We might want to object to a premise in a particular place. So we can, there's still an opportunity to make sure we're reducing harm to people in vulnerable areas. Thank you, that's great.
And sorry, Chair, just to pick up on a point by Councillor Watson around the proving the proof. Rest assured, we still have our rules of evidence that we would need to follow, so if we are taking action, we would still have to gather that evidence that a machine was switched on. We can't just rely on what the operator says.
Any more questions from anyone? Okay. Councillor Watson.
Just a more general point for the officers whilst we're all here. We're scrutinising this report, this strategy and everything, this policy, but are we really, you may not be able to answer this, but given that probably I could do much more gambling on this thing than I could do putting money in slot machines in Kirklees, are we really only scratching the surface with this kind of stuff? Do we have any feel for the level of concerns about gambling through phones and things like that? Clearly not something that we can influence, but I just wondered if you had any knowledge or information about where the real issues lie.
I think the monitoring of online gambling, that does sit purely with the Gambling Commission. The licensing authority don't have any involvement in that. As Russell said, we do have regular updates with the Gambling Commission, so they keep us up to speed on any issues and any trends and issues that are faced with regard to online gambling. I think they are working hard to look at online gambling and the harms that are caused from it. You'll see that, you know, you get pop-ups that say, you know, go, if you need help, then these are the numbers that you can call and things. So they are working actively to try and reduce harms, I believe, through online gambling. But it's not something that sits with the licensing authority to do.
Yeah, but the remit of our policy and yourselves as a committee really relates to physical premises. And like Fiona said, the online is down to the Gambling Commission. Yeah. It is a concern. It's a concern for public health. It's a concern for local authorities. We recently did a briefing to the Public Health Board. The stats on online gambling, especially during the pandemic, are shocking. The amount of players that you can get in 1 hour, how much money's spent. So nationally, yes, it's a concern, but we are limited to what we can do.
Okay. Any more questions from anyone before we move? Okay. So we're asked today as a committee to note the report and consider the responses from the consultation and also the amendments indicated by the officer, particularly about the word limit. And I think there was an error there, a typographical error. So what we've been asked to do today is for the report to be recommended to full council. Are we in agreement with that? Can I see a show of hands for it to be recommended to full council? Thank you. I think there was a majority there. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item, item 8, which is licensing service update. Fiona?
Thank you, Chair. So as Chair said, every 6 months we're going to bring to you a lovely little update about what we've been doing in the licensing service, any changes that are happening in the legal world that surrounds us. So today we're just going to do the last 6 months from the 1st of October to the 31st of March this year. In 2021 we introduced our service standards and monitoring, and you can see our service standards at Appendix 1 of your pack. Monitoring of the standards has commenced in October 21, and you will see from the table on page 49 how we are performing in relation to those standards. So in the first 3 months when we started monitoring, with regard to drivers, we were 96.9% in target, with vehicles 76.1% in target, and with operators 100% in target. From the months January to March this year, we are now up to 99% in target with driver applications. We are 99.7% up to date with vehicle applications, and again 100% with the operator applications. So we can evidence that those standards that we've put in place are working, and we are dealing with applications in a timely manner within the standards that we've had set by the council, by the committee. So I think that's quite a positive, and we endeavour to get to 100% for all, but there's always the odd one that slips through the net for reasons that are a little bit out of our control sometimes. So moving on, and you will see you've got a couple of lovely graphs there as well, because I think it just shows in graph form how well it shows how well we are actually doing with the service standards. We have also seen a couple of new pieces of legislation recently. The first one being the Taxis and Private Hire Vehicles Disabled Persons Act 22. So this came into force from the 28th of June this year, and it imposes new duties on the driver of vehicles that are not wheelchair accessible to carry a disabled person and their mobility aid and provide a reasonable assistance without charging extra. So for example, if you've got a person that's in a wheelchair and they want that wheelchair to be folded up and put into the boot, and they want to sit in the front seat with the driver, then that is something that is their choice, and that's something the driver should accommodate. The key changes to the legislation include drivers are now obliged to carry and provide a fair service to all their passengers, regardless of impairment and at no further cost. So they can't charge more because it might take them a little bit longer to get a wheelchair into the boot of a car, or it might take a bit longer for a dog to get in, or they might want to, there may be other issues as to why it takes a bit longer for somebody to enter and egress the vehicle, so they can't add additional costs on for that. It's an extension of the existing law under the Equalities Act, and it now covers all disabled passengers. There is a fine that can be imposed of up to £1,000 for drivers who fail in their obligation to provide a fair and accessible service. The drivers must also provide as much mobility assistance as reasonably required, including carrying mobility aids and helping passengers transfer to the vehicle, folding wheelchairs, adjusting seats and any other reasonable modification that to ensure the trip is a safe and comfortable one for that passenger. A new duty in the legislation requires drivers to assist disabled passengers to identify and find the vehicle they've booked without making additional charge for doing so. And this would be on the condition that the driver is made aware before the start of the journey. You can't expect a driver to turn up if they haven't been made aware that there is going to be need for that additional assistance. And Finally, the local authorities must keep a register of licensed wheelchair accessible hackney carriage and private hire vehicles and make them accessible to the public. I'm pleased to say for a number of years we've already had that list on our website. The introduction of this has prompted me to update it, so we have a lovely updated list on the website which we will be ensuring that we are monitoring and updating on a monthly basis going forward, so that it is as up to date as we possibly can make it. The second piece of new legislation that we have seen introduced in the last few months is the Taxi and Private Hire Vehicle Safeguarding and Road Safety Act 2022. The two main aspects of this Act are, if any licensing authority in England has information about a hackney carriage or private hire driver that's licensed by another authority, then that's relevant to safeguarding or road safety concerns in its area, it must then share that information with the authority that issued the driver's licence. And any licensing authority provided with such information by another authority must consider whether to suspend or revoke the driver's licence and then inform the authority that shared the information of its decision. I think this is a useful piece, a useful section for us, because as you know, we do get drivers from other authorities. We get other licensed vehicles that come in and out of our borough, and it is a way for us to ensure that if they're coming in and they are driving badly, or we've got safeguarding concerns from a vehicle that's within the authority, that we then communicate that with the licensing authority that they are licensed. I have to say, even though it wasn't in law before, if we came across another vehicle, that is something that we would do as common practice anyway, but it is now, it's written into law that we have to do that. So we can't just go, oh, we'll just turn a blind eye on this occasion. We have to refer it on to that authority. It's our obligation to do so now. So it's a good piece of legislation. In addition, the second part of it, the Act will require licensing authorities in England to input into a central database instances where the authority has refused, suspended or chosen not to review or revoke a hackney carriage or private hire driver's licence based wholly or in part on information relating to the driver concerning safeguarding or road safety. If there is a relevant entry, the authority must contact the recording authority to request the relevant information. The decision-making licensing authority must then have regard to the information provided when making their decision. So this is a really useful tool for us going forward, because it will help with that information sharing. So if we get new driver applications, we will check that database and we will be able to see if any other authority has refused, revoked or suspended any driver in that authority, and we can then go and contact them to find out the details as to why. At the moment, we just rely solely on that driver declaring on the form whether or not they've been licensed with another authority. So it is going to be a very useful tool for us, and it's something we're actively looking to input our information into, as we have now had the announcement as to where the information needs to be going. So we're on with getting that updated at the moment. So moving on, the number, we like to record how many applications we've got coming through, so you can see what work we're dealing with, how many applications we're getting through the service at any one time. So as you can see from the table at 2.11 on page 52, in 2019-2020, the total number of taxi applications that we received was 2,513. In 2020-2021, you can see the drop, and that will have been due to COVID, so that went down to 2,032. And from 21 to 22, and when I say 21 to 22, I mean from April to the end of March, we have had a total of 2,208. So you can see it's steadily increasing again, and we're starting to see an increase in the numbers that are, although they're not as they were pre-pandemic, they're starting to look more positive. Also, members will see that we also include our vehicle testing results within the report. The vehicle testing shows how many vehicles have passed and failed in each of the testing sites that we use within Kirklees. Moving on to our association meetings, we regularly meet with our Hackney Carriage Association members, and I'm currently working with the private hire operators and the private hire drivers to encourage members to come forward to create a private hire association that we can also work with. We find that the Hackney Carriage Association work really well. We have some very good meetings with them. They bring information to us, they bring concerns, and we work with them. So it is very positive. So I'm hoping over the next few months we will be able to encourage the private hires to also form an association that will be just as useful and will mean that if they have specific issues, they can bring them to us, because as I do try to say to them, if we don't know what the problem is, we can't do anything about it. So, you know, working with them is really important, and actually listening to what the drivers and what the operators and what they have to say to us. So hopefully over the next few months we will get there, I'm hoping. Then moving on, we'll move on to the Licensing Act and our general licensing section. So, as you probably all know, over the pandemic, the government were encouraging everybody to go sit outside, a bit of alfresco dining, get your tables and chairs, and during that they introduced a new bill that was called the Business and Planning Act. And the Business and Planning Act brought in a fast-track application process for pavement licences. So to be able to sit outside on the pavement with a nice table and chairs and have a bit of lunch and, you know, have a little glass of wine or whatever it is they wanted to do. That act is due to expire at the end of September. It has been announced that they are currently working on a new bill, which is in relation to the pavement licensing regime. So the pavement licensing regime is not something that is old. It's always been with us under the Highways Act, but it was a very lengthy process. There's the requirement for planning permission. It took a long time to get through. It was quite costly. So what they're looking at is trying to bring a new piece of legislation to make it a little simpler for those that are going to be applying for it, and make it easier for the licensing authority as well. So the fee, that they're going to amend it so that it's going to be increased from £100 to £350 for those that already have pavement licences, and £500 for new applicants. The consultation period, they're looking to extend it from 7 to 14 days. That's quite a big one for us, because the 7-day consultation is a very quick turnaround time, and generally speaking, the highways who we consult with struggle to get a meaningful response to us within 7 days. So that's a welcome change. The maximum duration for licences will be changing from 1 year to 2 years. And the pavement licences will also be able to be amended by the authority with the consent of the licence holder if it's considered that the conditions that they have on their licence aren't being met. It will prohibit a local authority from granting tables and chairs under the old regime, so under the Highways Act. So it will mean that this will totally replace and be the new permanent act that we follow. There'll be a new enforcement schedule providing powers to the authority to actually physically go and remove furniture if a premises is not abiding by its licence conditions and hours. And in addition, it will also still benefit from deemed planning permission, which is what the Business and Planning Act brought in. So people won't have to go through the lengthy period of time it takes to get a planning permission through. It will be deemed granted. The one thing that is changing at the end of September is, under the Business and Planning Act, all alcohol licensed premises were gifted off sales. There has been no mention of that continuing at the end of September, so those premises that had only on sale, so consumption on the premises only, will go back to their original licence, and they will not be able to sell alcohol to be taken off the premises. Again, I like to give you a little table of all the number of applications that we've received. So between October and March in 2019-2020, we received 425 applications. In 2021, we received 145, which is a massive drop, but that was the result of the pandemic. And as you can see, we are back up this year to 369, so we are only slightly behind what we were pre-pandemic, which is I think it's really positive to see that we are increasing, and every time we bring the report, I hope to be able to show you that we're actually bouncing back and we are getting back up to the levels that we were pre-pandemic. The total number of applications that we as a service have dealt with between the 1st of October and the 31st of March were 2,836. So that's the number of total applications that came through our service in that 6-month period. So staffing within the licensing service, we've successfully recruited a new temporary senior licensing officer that's going to be with us for the period of 12 months, covering a maternity leave. We've also appointed 2 new permanent licensing officers in post within the service since we last reported to members. Over the next 12 months, we are going to be really concentrating on a more proactive approach to our enforcement. I want the officers will be out, they will be visible, and they will proactively be looking at areas that need looking at. We do work in partnership really well with the police, VOSA, environmental health, parking services, trading standards, and actually other officers from neighbouring authorities. So that's just to name a few. So ideally, we want to start doing a more visible, targeted approach of problems. So if we know that there are issues in areas, we will be out and we will be visible and we will be there and we will be, dealing with those problems head on. This is actually a little bit out of date now because I put the most recent vehicle operation. Since I wrote this, I think they've done about 8. But the one that they did in May, they checked 19 licensed vehicles. 3 were Hackney Carriage, 16 were private hire. 2 of those were licensed by Calderdale Council, actually. And from that, 8 rectification notices were issued, so that they're just basically saying there's a little bit of a problem with something on your vehicle, so you are going to have 7 days to get it fixed and bring it back to us to have a look at. 2 vehicle licences were suspended. Only one of those was one of our own. The other one happened to be one of the Calderdale Council licensed vehicles, because as you're aware, as a licensing authority, we have a joint enforcement approach with the whole of West Yorkshire, so we are able to suspend and take action against vehicles that come in from any of the West Yorkshire authorities, including York. So that's a really positive thing. So I think that's basically it with the report, and members are asked to note it and it's a matter for you, Chair.
Thank you, Fiona. I just really wanted to tag on the back of what you were saying there, especially about the trades meetings. You talked about, the trade having an opportunity to speak to the council and officers, but also it's an opportunity for the council to speak to the trade about really important issues like consultations. So obviously later on we're going to be talking about consultation results, so how people can get involved in consultations, but also about changes that's happening in Kirklees. So the blueprint, highways issues, the cultural heart, the master planning. The taxi drivers get an opportunity to not only understand what's happening, but feed into things and give information, for the council to think about when they're doing their planning. So it's very much a two-way process. So I wanted to clarify that it's not just about them speaking to the council, but also the council speaking to them about important things that are due to happen in the future. Okay? Any questions from anyone about that report?
Not so much a question, I was just going to say it was good to see the licensing officers out on the ground at the motorsport event recently up at Home Firth. So if you could pass on thanks for them doing an excellent job on a Saturday.
Councillor Sokal?
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's not a question, I want to make a couple of comments, yeah? On the page 48, paragraph 2.4, yeah, the reduction of numbers of Hackney carriage applications, yeah. I think I'm glad the officer have come back to simplify the application, yeah, because this was going on with some applicant who complained it's too much they asking on the application, not very simple the application. I'm glad you are working on that. So we again, I think there should be a set of time limit, yeah, within 4 weeks or 5 weeks, the application either to approved or it been refused. The applicant must be, because some applicant contacted me, he said they take months and months to know what's happening with their application. So the need to look into that time on those applications. Another one, page 50, yeah, where is a new legislation of to carry those disabled or wheelchair on taxi which are not accessible to wheelchairs. You say the driver have to carry no extra cost. I think there will be extra cost because it takes time. It takes time to help the people with the disability. For the driver, they lose in there. I think it's not fair for driver. There's no extra charges or whatever. There should be something to sort of better to help the taxi driver. Yeah. Last one, Chair. I think it's on page 60. Driver renewal application. Yeah, I agree. It's a 10 days working time. But I got some complaint, even in my own ward, some applicant or taxi driver. He said the complaint is, I know they put the time 10 working days, but the complaint is when they submit the application, the officer don't check the applicant, they got provided all the documents they needed. They ask the applicant, oh, you haven't provided so-and-so document. He provide that. Then they ask another one, you haven't provided so-and-so. I think there should be some sort of action system. On the counter, yeah, there are some officer who is responsible to receive those applications. They should check on the spot, let the applicant know you are missing so-and-so document. It will speed up the process, yeah. Thank you.
I think there's quite a few questions there. Hope you've made a note.
No question is a comment anyway.
So to clarify on the application process that you've just pointed out on the 10 working days, we do have somebody who, because at the moment we are taking applications via email, they don't come to the counter, and that's not the way we're going to be working going forward either. We will be going to an online application process very shortly. But as it stands, they submit an application in an email. We have an officer that is on that mailbox every single day, purely going through all new applications and responding to those that have submitted applications, requesting any missing documents. So usually it's within 24 to 48 hours they will hear something back from us to say you have not submitted XYZ documents that they need. We do find, unfortunately, that some of the drivers are when they submit their applications, they'll submit an application, then about 10 minutes later they'll submit another document, and then another document and another document. And when you've got about 3,000 people emailing in, things can get lost, which is why we have we have a person on now who goes back and says, you've only submitted this, you need to submit XYZ documents, send it all back to us and we will pick up your application. They are sent back to them to say it's not valid, it's not a complete application, you need to do that. I will accept that there are occasions when officers are going through applications, they may miss a document themselves when they're doing it. It is human error, but from the statistics that we have, we can evidence that we are within the criteria of the service standards. So they are doing the best that they can in relation to communicating with those drivers that aren't submitting the relevant documentation. So,
Yep, I think there was something there, wasn't there, about the cost to taxi drivers?
There was, under the new Act. So in relation to the piece of legislation that has been just acted, we have no control over it. The law says they cannot charge any more. So we have no discretion in it, so we can't allow for them to do so. So I appreciate what you're saying. It does take a bit longer, and it isn't, you know, from their point of view, possibly unfair. However, the law says that they have to. And in relation, there was one other thing that the point that you made, wasn't there, in relation to the processes and simple. We are constantly working on trying to ensure that we can deal with applications as quickly as possible. We don't just go, oh, we're working okay now. It is an ongoing process to ensure that we try and make the process as simple and easy as possible for all. You know, every time that we do have issues, we look at what the issue is and how we can fix it. So there are occasions where, you know, you do have somebody that applies and it does take a long time. There are things that are out of our control on occasion when we're looking at new drivers. So I think the one that you're referring to related to something that had taken a bit of time for us to look into. These things, unfortunately, when we're looking into issues with drivers, it does hold up applications and it can take a bit of time, but we are looking at ways in which we can ensure that we do deal with them in a timely fashion.
And sorry, Chair, just to add to what Fiona says, in particular for new drivers, that you'll see from the stats that once a completed application is submitted to us, that we are processing inside those timescales for the vast majority of them. We are aware of issues regarding the pre-application criteria for new applicants and how long that's taking to do your knowledge test, your ESOL test, and we're actively working with our suppliers on trying to reduce that time and simplify that process. One example of that is with the ESOL is if somebody's got an equivalent qualification that it matches the ESOL, we will accept that rather than sending them for the ESOL. That's speeded up a lot of the processing time for some applicants. So we are aware of those issues and we are actively trying to resolve them for our applicants.
I just wanted to ask about the new legislation that came in June. So it's very new, it's very fresh. And obviously, as Councillor Sokal has alluded to, it is going to put the onus on taxi drivers, the operations, but also the cost implication. And I'm just wondering how aware taxi drivers and operators are of this, and it might be a difficult question, but also around what the expectations are. Now, I know there's training that happens, but is training likely to incorporate that? And what should taxi drivers and operators be doing now that they're aware of this new legislation?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So as it came out on the 28th of June, it is included in our latest newsletter that will hopefully be leaving the building shortly. So all drivers and operators will be aware of the obligations under it. The newsletter goes to every licence holder within the borough, so hopefully that will mean that everybody should know about it. We do have our counter at Flint Street where people come to pick up the badges, pick up the door signs, and there's a lovely little notice board that we've created that they can view things on there. So we are working on ways in which we communicate with the trade. So it is something that we're always ongoing, and it is something that we always strive to do a little bit better and try and find ways in which we can communicate. I'm aware that some drivers may get something through the posters and never open it, never look at it, and it is about how we can encourage them to do so. Sorry, I forgot what the other question was.
Yeah, I was asking about training. I mean, going back to what I said earlier about the trades meetings that we have, that is something that will obviously be discussed.
It will be discussed, and in addition, yes, all new drivers will get training. This will be incorporated into the new training, and we are looking at doing refresher for everybody. So whenever things like this do come in, hopefully every 3 years, it will capture drivers in refresher training. We've just had to have a little bit of a pause on implementing it, but we will be starting to do that over the coming months.
I think as well, from service point of view, it is new legislation. We're still taking it in ourselves. There's an opportunity for us to work with the Council's disability network as well as external networks to try and come up with some guidance for the trade, so that we can put that on while we get the training provisions in place. It is difficult because legislation says what's reasonable, and that's going to be on a case-by-case basis, but we can certainly get some general information out to the trade by working with the networks.
And I think as well, at this moment in time, if we were to get a complaint tomorrow that said that they charged more and they did that, it wouldn't be, right, you're losing your licence. It will be, right, what can we do to work with this driver to ensure that he understands his obligations, and it wouldn't be automatic you get enforced against. It will be, well, let's have a discussion and you know, make sure that you're aware of the obligations before any enforcement action would be taken.
Because I do think training is key. I mean, I read that and I thought, what does that mean? To what extent is it going to, you know, affect, you know, the driver doing, you know, taking on his role, you know, within the expectations of the legislation? So it's not clear. I don't know if there's any guidance attached to the legislation. Okay, thank you. So that report there is just for us to note. Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to the next agenda item, which is the delegated officer's decision licensing, and that's item 9.
Thank you, Chair. So, as the Chair stated, the purpose of the report is to provide members with an update on making decisions made under the current fitness and suitability policy public. Members may recall that in March we brought a private report to members on the decisions that officers have made since the suitability policy had been brought into place. At the last meeting, following the disclosure of the decisions that have been taken, the views of the members at the time were that you know, the officers were making correct decisions, following the committee's policies, and that they wanted to thank officers for the work that was being undertaken. Also at the meeting, members requested officers bring back a report that could be made public in relation to detailing the decisions under the policy, with a view for the members of the public to see the decisions that were taken and how that they were being protected. As a result of the request from members, officers have been working really hard with colleagues in information governance on how we can actually make that type of information public without breaching the Council's duties under GDPR. Unfortunately, it is proving more challenging than we first anticipated. And so on this occasion, we've not been able to bring you back a report that actually gives the information that members wanted us to do, due to the issues in relation to GDPR that we are facing. So we are saying we will continue to work with colleagues in information governance, and we will present further information at the next meeting of the committee. However, while we work on releasing more substantive information, I just wanted to ensure that members could see the numbers of decisions that we've made and what the decisions were. So since January 2020 and the 1st of June 21, when we got the suitability policy was adopted, we've issued 14 warning letters, 9 suspensions, 31 revocations, 9 refusals, 2 grants, 1 no further action, and 3 of the suspensions were lifted. So unfortunately that's the all I can provide members today. So members are asked to note the report. It's a matter for you, Chair.
Questions? Councillor Watson.
You know, if we look into the chart, yeah, on page 65, yeah, warning, that's okay, suspension 9, but revocation are 31, which is very high number. What I want to ask you, is this revocation of lesson you have done
So the numbers that you can see in front
I
of
know
you.
some new member might know.
Yeah, so the numbers you can see, so yeah, so 31 revocations does look like a large number. However, it is from January 21 to June 2022, so that's a year and a half. So it's the number of revocations in that time. It is reflective of, I think we've added in those that we've done following the March committee as well, so there are slightly more on the list than there were when we presented in March, but it is reflective of the numbers that we've dealt with since the policy came into effect.
Thanks very much. To some extent, I think you've missed the point. I was one of the strong advocates for making information public at the last meeting. I think to some extent you've missed the point that I was making. My personal view is not it's about getting more information for this committee. It's that within that briefing that we were provided in private at the last meeting, there were some really good news stories about the work that the officers are undertaking. For example, there was one instance of a taxi driver having an accident whilst on a school run. Now, for any parent in Kirklees or whether that's a foster care or adopted parent or anything like that, who has children that are picked up and taken places in these taxis, to see that level of enforcement and the way that was dealt with is being undertaken is very reassuring. So for me, what this is about is we're absolutely missing an opportunity here. Let's stop talking to the GDPR people, okay? Put them to one side and go talk to West Yorkshire Joint Services, because they managed to do it. I sit on West Yorkshire Joint Services and I regularly get press releases and bulletins about their enforcement actions and the successes that they've had, and they're constantly putting out good news stories. So what I would say here is, I would invite officers to lift your heads, get away from all the GDPR red tape and navel gazing that involves, and just look at how they're doing it, and let's do the same. Let's put these stories out there. They don't have to identify individuals. There doesn't have to be anything in there that connects it with any individual. The fact that somebody who happens to know that individual might know from seeing the facts who it relates to isn't an issue. Because this committee does some, and particularly the officers mandated by this committee, does some really good work in protecting people. But at the moment, my feeling is that we're hiding, and the officers are, not through their own fault, are hiding the light under a bushel. And if we want to give people confidence in the licensing regime and confidence to get in taxis in Kirklees, then putting out these good news stories is really what we should be doing. So personally, I'm not looking for a report. I'm looking to see stories out there in the news and the press saying what a really good job Kirklees licensing is doing, and that information that we've given in that private briefing, for me, gives plenty of ammunition.
The private report in last meeting, the videos you shown us, yeah. Did you show the videos incident to the taxi trade or no? Because they are the main body, they should know anyway.
Wouldn't have been a party to the videos.
There's nothing wrong to show them anyway. Yeah.
I completely agree. Those videos are simply facts. They show instances of appalling driving that have been captured. You can see that kind of stuff all over YouTube. So I cannot see why there is a GDPR issue or anything like that. And if somebody wants to come and explain to us why that can't be put out, I'm happy to listen. But those videos could be put out with a narrative that says, this is what happened, Kirklees licensing are doing such a good job that you needn't worry, you won't be getting in a taxi driven by that person anymore.
Yeah, we take on board what the councillors are saying. We are obviously guided by our colleagues in information governance. One of the concerns is that, yes, some of those videos are public. Some of the issues that you had presented to you in private report was as a result of convictions. That information is public knowledge anyway because it's been to the magistrates court, and it's that we're trying to tease out of information governance as to how we can present that to the public and to members, and it has proved challenging. What information governance are concerned with more is the ones that haven't resulted in conviction or that aren't already in the public domain, because information that we release could potentially identify somebody that wouldn't normally get identified, and that's where they're looking at it from. We agree, we think it's good news, and that we should be telling that. It's just getting over those final hurdles about how much information we can release without potentially identifying individuals, but still making it meaningful for the public.
Chair, maybe we invite information governors to the next meeting.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Make a note of that. Fantastic. Councillor Marchington?
Yeah, I think at the last meeting, I would like some information, anonymised information to go out in public. I'd like to set the story about the stuff that's going on. I might have phrased it slightly differently from some. I mean, yeah, the GDPR is to protect people, and it's there to protect all of us. And when we're talking about cutting, for a licensing and safety committee to talk about cutting red tape and stuff like that, sounds a bit strange. But I think sometimes there's a reticence to put information out into the public domain to show actually what's happening. So if there's a way of anonymising the information to actually show some of the enforcement action that's taking place, I would like to see that happening without us, putting the authority or other people and the threat of legal action, and stuff like that. So I think that's fine. So yes, let's get some stories out about what's happening. And the other thing is, it's just and thank you for putting the information there, because looking at the numbers, so as I understand it from the previous report, we've got 4,800 active Hackney carriages and private hire operators. So we're talking about, the number of revocations is less than 1% of that, and given that's over 18 months, it must be even less than that. So actually, so that's from the, we focus on the small number of cases where things go wrong, and we get, why has this licence been taken over? So it's a relatively small number. So even the numbers we've got here should reassure members of the public that, private hire vehicles and Hackney carriages are operated safely, actually, so this is a good news story, but there's other things we could be putting in the public domain. And I like to put a good news story. I'm a regular cyclist, and unfortunately I didn't catch the number of the vehicle, but I was really on my cycle route home. I regularly go up Trinity Street, and it was just after one of our meetings where a private hire vehicle actually stopped to let me out and was exceptionally courteous and led me plenty of distance. So I just thought it was, again, we hear all these things about things that do not go well, and perhaps I ought to, if I catch the numbers in future, there's plaudits so well where you do hear it's good driving and all of that, and that must be the vast majority of our drivers who are professional drivers. We hear that in the training, good drivers, and I think that's what the numbers tell us as well. But we just need a bit of, as council, if other places are telling people about what's happening, then we should be able to do that as well. Thank you.
Sorry, I think it's Councillor first. Okay. Okay, Councillor Sokal.
Chair, the private report which we had last time, so I don't think so it will be right for the public, to show to the public, go to be published in the paper, because there are victims, they might won't like it, it might be against the policy. So I'm only asking, if had shown to the taxi trade members, they might know what's happening, or they might improve the standards of the taxi drivers. That's why. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right, so that report there is for us to note. All right, moving on to the next agenda item. So this is a larger item. There'll be a presentation, so there'll be visual on the screen information that Fiona's talking about, and that's to help us arrive at our decisions. And just to say, because we expect this meeting to be quite lengthy, we have put on lunch for everybody around 12 o'clock. So let's see how we get on. But before Fiona begins, and whilst the presentation is being set up, what I want the panel to think about is this. As Fiona's going through each of the questions, as a panel, we need to ask ourselves these questions, okay? As a response, whether the committee wants to adopt the statutory standard, whether the committee wants to keep the existing policy, including what reasons we would have to deviate from the statutory standard, or whether we want to set our own timetable based on the consultation results, including a reason for deviating away from the statutory standards. So please have that in the forefront of your mind as Fiona's going through the presentation and as she's going through the questions and the consultation results. So I hope that helps you, Fiona.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate this is quite a lengthy report. Drafting it was no mean feat, and even now I've spotted a couple of typos in it, so I will, as we get to them, I'll point those out, so apologies for that. So the purpose for this report, so the Department for Transport published a set of standard statutory taxi and private hire vehicle standards. And they have made a requirement for all local authorities to review all their existing policies and look at adopting those standards that are within their guidance document. So as an authority, we went through our existing policy and we highlighted all of those changes that we are not currently meeting the standard or above the standard for within our existing policy. So at Appendix 1, you can see there is an overview of those changes and those things that we currently already meet to the standards. This report details our outcome of the consultation that members requested that we go through in respect of the review of the policy. And Appendix 1, as I say, has it highlights the summary of those changes. You can see at Appendix 2 we have a copy of the draft policy. That's pretty much what's making this document so big, because it's a rather large policy document. And then Appendix 3 is a copy of the actual standards that we have had to look at. I can confirm that after quite a lengthy consultation, so we started the consultation on the 14th of September 2021, and it ended after a couple of extensions on the 30th of March 2022. The final number of respondents to the consultation were 428 responses, which, although in comparison to the numbers of drivers and the population of Kirklees is not huge, as you probably know, consultations don't always get huge numbers of responses. So for me, I think 428 responses is quite a good outcome. Those list of those who we consulted the police, we consulted public health, we consulted the Safeguarding Children's Board, we consulted the Safeguarding Adults Board, we consulted Safer Kirklees, we consulted Kirklees CCG, we consulted all ward councillors, all licence holders, every single licence holder. Some complain because they got multiple letters, and that's because if they're a driver and a vehicle proprietor, they would get double letters. Some may have been an operator, a driver and a vehicle proprietor. So we consulted with everybody that holds a licence with us. We consulted with members of the public via council comms. You may have seen the Facebook posts and the Instagram posts that were encouraging members of the public to have a look at the document and fill out the survey. We also consulted with LADO, the Susie Lamport Trust, the National Private Hire and Taxi Association. We consulted with our neighbouring authorities, and we consulted with G&B Trade Union. In addition to this, we did a number of drop-in sessions for the taxi trade. So one of the criticisms that we've had in the past is not being engaging and accessible to the licence holders. So I held a number of drop-in sessions where they could come and physically come and speak to me. I'd go through the consultation with them, and we did those in all areas within Kirklees. So we didn't just say, oh, we're going to do it in Huddersfield. We went to Dewsbury, we went to Batley, we did it in Huddersfield. I did some virtual ones for the operators and and the association members. As broken down from the number of responses, from licensed drivers we had 250, members of the public 133, which I don't think that was too bad. Licensed private hire operators 18 responses. We had 13 councillor responses, 5 responses from vehicle proprietors, and then 4 responses from a and other. So we know that there were 3 West Yorkshire Police and 1 was a neighbouring licensing authority. So there are a number of appendices attached to this report, and I appreciate there's an awful lot. So I'm going to try and we're going to split it into each question for decision making. So I've gone through Appendix 1 to 3, and then Appendixes 4 to 14 are all questions with a hope to get a decision after each one. And I will put a presentation up for each one, and we'll go through each question at a time. You will see at Appendix 15, that shows all the additional comments at the end of the survey. So each question had questions, answers, a comment, and then at the end of it we had multiple comments that people just wanted to put in. We have addressed all of those comments, and they can be found at Appendix 15. I'm presuming, Asma, you will have read the report, so I don't need to read through every single one of those comments and responses. And if anybody does have any questions, let us know. And at Appendix 16, we have the results of all the questions. So we've put in all the results and all the comments, just so that members can see that we're being open and transparent. That's everything that we received back. Those that we received via post, email or another way, we ensured that they were all put into the survey as they came in, and that's the results are from the survey results. You will also see that at Appendix 17 and 18 we have the Stage 1 Integrated Impact Assessment and the Stage 2 Integrated Impact Assessment. So if members are happy... Okay. Russ would just like to go through the integrated impact assessment with you before we move on to the decision making.
Yeah, I just think it's important for members that we address some of the comments that are in the responses, as well as some of the comments that have been made direct to yourselves from the trade and others, and representations that have been made at the last committee regarding the policies and procedures of the licensing service, and issues around racism, which we've tried to address through the integrated impact assessment. So, as a committee and as officers, we are duty bound to have regard and abide by the Equalities Act 2010. And that means we have to try and eliminate direct discrimination. And direct discrimination is where an individual is treated less favourably than another person because of their protected characteristic. And those are age, disability, gender, reassignment, marriage, civil partnership, pregnancy, maternity, race, religion, or belief, sex or sexual orientation. Having looked at our policies and having spoken to the corporate policy team and taken advice, as officers, we don't feel that our policies are directly discriminatory. We don't target individuals. Our policies apply to everybody that comes to us, every applicant, irrespective of their background, every licence holder, irrespective of their background. However, that's open to challenge. If anybody challenges that, it's for the courts to actually decide if our policies are discriminatory. One thing that we have identified is that within the Equalities Act there is indirect discrimination, and that is where a practice, policy or a rule which applies to everybody in the same way but can have a more detrimental effect on some people than others, putting them at particular disadvantage. And again, you can be indirectly discriminated against if that practice, policy or rule has a worse effect on them because of their protected characteristics. So again, our policies and procedures apply to all, irrespective of a person's background. But because the makeup of our trade is predominantly males from a BAME background, there is potential for indirect discrimination. And it's important for members to understand that even if there is potential for indirect discrimination, that itself does not make the policy unlawful, providing that policy is to achieve a legitimate aim. Now, all our policies that we currently operate to, as well as the DFT standards, the legitimate aim of those policies is to protect the public. And that's the whole purpose of a licensing regime. As such, we don't feel that by having those stringent policies and procedures that our policies don't have that legitimate aim. They do have a legitimate aim, and therefore, while there's potential for that indirect discrimination, it's justified because of the outcome of that. However, this is an issue for members, and members will need to have it in their mind when they're making those decisions. These policy changes, is it a legitimate aim? And if it's a legitimate aim and you feel it's a legitimate aim, then you are within your rights to adopt that policy. And it would be open to challenge, as everything that we do, and it would be for the courts to decide. But as officers, we've looked at this, and we feel that what we're proposing and what the recommendations are from both the DFT and officers achieve that legitimate aim of protecting the public. I just think members need to have that in mind when they're coming to their decision.
Are there any comments or questions on what Russell's just said? No, thank you. Oh, Councillor Sokal?
I've gone through the report last night. I think some of the recommendation by officers, it seemed to me, is good, yes, were against the statutory. And I don't know, it's too much to read anyway.
There is a lot there, isn't there? Right, shall we let Fiona continue?
Councillor Firth.
Councillor Firth, I didn't see you there.
Can I just ask you do mention West Yorkshire in this paper, and we're not alone in looking at this new legislation. How does that work with West Yorkshire, with all 5 authorities? They all looking at this to adopt this, or make their own arrangements? Because I think if they do make their own arrangements, all of a sudden that cooperation within West Yorkshire will fall down, will it not?
Thank you, Councillor Firth. This guidance it's national guidance, so every authority in the country will be looking at it. So it's not just us, Kirklees, it's not just us, West Yorkshire, it's every single authority. Now, there is a fear that, yes, other authorities may look at it and they may come to a different view as to our members today. In relation to the work that we've done so far with our neighbouring authorities, the matters in here, I think there's only 2 that would affect or have an effect on the joint work that we've already done. So, yes, there will be a slight change. However, there's only slight amendments in some cases to what we're already adhering to anyway.
Can I come back? So those couple of minor amendments won't affect the cooperation with the rest of West Yorkshire?
No, I think as West Yorkshire, we will always seek to cooperate with each other and harmonise policies where we can to make it as easy for our residents across the region and that we're consistent. In a general taxi policy, there are always going to be differences based on local needs, but other policies such as the fitness and suitability policy, the training policy, that's where we're trying to maintain that harmonisation. It would be wrong for me to say that other authorities aren't looking at those things, because they are, and we will have to see how that pans out as time goes on.
I think if I could add as well, we do have regular meetings with our colleagues in the West Yorkshire authorities. So when we are looking at something, they know that we are looking at it, and vice versa, so that we do all know what each other are looking at any one time. So if there are any major changes, we would then look at it and say, is this something that we would need to look at as well?
I think what I took away from what Councillor Firth was asking as well was in respect of Russell's report, is this something that other local authorities are having to grapple with? Are people making similar complaints about the way policies are being made or drafted?
I think it's fair to say that the eye around the West Yorkshire are aware of issues in Leeds, Wakefield, and Bradford and ourselves. So yes, other West Yorkshire are having to deal with the same remarks and comments regarding policies.
Right, Fiona, I'll let you continue.
Thank you. So we'll take this through steady, and we will address each question one at a time. And after each question, I will pass back to the chair for questions and decisions from members. So, question 1 was in the consultation, do you agree that the licence holder should be required to notify the issuing authority within 48 hours of an arrest or release, charge or conviction of any sexual offence, any offence involving dishonesty or violence, and any motoring offence? This is what the statutory standards say we should have in our policy. When we carried out the consultation, you will see that at Appendix 4, which is page 217 of your pack, you can see the responses, and in the response we've received 65% of respondents agreed, 31% did not agree, and 4% didn't know. You can see also from Appendix 4 that we received a number of comments. What we've tried to do with each one is, rather than listing every single one, we have summarised the key points made by all into a table. So you will see that we've had alternative proposals that were submitted. Some suggested 7 days, some 72 hours. Some said 48 hours for serious offences but not minor ones. We actually had a request to reduce it to 24 hours. And others said 10 days. For motoring offences, 7 days, and for serious offences, 2 days. And we also had the 2 weeks suggested. If I just move on to my next slide. So what members have got to consider is we as an authority would recommend that members agree to amend the existing policy to the proposed change to 48-hour notification to the licensing authority. We do accept that there may be occasions where 48 hours is going to be challenging and difficult for people, so there will be discretion exercise. So if it's a bank holiday weekend, or if it all falls over the wrong time, you know, we're not going to, if somebody comes 36 hours later because of a long weekend, or we weren't open, or for whatever reason, you know, they've come to us and they've still told us, you know, that's acceptable. The reason for the recommendation is to ensure a licensing authority can review information at its earliest possible opportunity and assess whether it's necessary to take any immediate action in the interest of public safety. So when considering this point, members should be aware that evidence exists to show that, generally speaking, drivers are not currently complying with the current policy of 7 days. And if members are minded to agree with the recommendation, officers will look at how we can educate the drivers, so bring in some additional training or add it to the refresher training, so to reduce the likelihood of drivers falling foul of the requirement, because the change to this will be a change to the conditions of their licence. If they're then breaching the conditions of their licence, that's when we have to look at whether they are fit to hold that licence. So it's important that if we are changing, we look at ways in which we can educate the drivers to ensure that they are aware of their obligations. Every driver who becomes licensed with us, all the conditions are gone. All officers go through the conditions with every new driver. However, I think we do need to have more regular training and refreshers to ensure that they remain aware of their obligations, and any changes to those obligations are transparently given to them so that they're aware of it. So it is a matter for you, Chair.
Thank you. I think what concerns me is what you've said there about at the moment, although it's 7 days, drivers aren't always complying with that, and we're now the suggestion is to make it even more, difficult for them to do it within 48 hours. Any questions, any comments? Councillor Marchington.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of questions, just following on from what you said, Chair. Actually, for some things, if this happens, to say you should be reporting it as soon as immediately practicable, and in any case within 48 hours might make things more straightforward for drivers to know that, rather than 7 days, I can leave it another day, and that might be why things are happening. So I would have been asking a question about who's missing it already, but yeah, report it as immediate as soon as you can do. And the other thing I would ask is about, have we got the capacity to deal with things? So if we're getting people's reporting in this situation promptly, can we deal with what needs to be done, gathering the information, making a decision quickly and effectively, so that drivers are not put under, inappropriate, pressure.
I think in response to that, the failure to notify us, so when we find out by accident or at a point where they come to renew and the DBS shows something or something of that ilk, or if we then get notified, actually that in effect causes more work. So if they are actually telling us, it makes life a little bit easier, and it shows that they're being honest and they are adhering to the conditions of the licence. If they're not telling us, that in itself is another reason why we would look at their fitness, because they're not complying with the conditions that are attached to the licence in the first place.
I think as on the capacity side of things, and one thing that we need to get out as part of this education is that a driver doesn't have to attend in person to report this. They can do it via phone, via email. A solicitor can do it for them, a family member can do it for them, they can utilise Kirklees Direct. So there's numerous avenues that they can utilise.
They could go to the ward councillors. We've had that happen a few times where the ward councillors come and tell us that something's happened.
And I think it's important to stress it, like Fiona says, we're building into this our discretion, so that if it is somebody's first time and they've missed it, or they're later than the 48 hours, we're not going to be penalising people for that. It'll be an education. So thank you very much. Next time, can you, these are the timescales, and it's if that pattern of behaviour starts forming that it becomes more serious.
Councillor Davies.
I was just going to, I think it's just been covered, but my question was, what are the consequences for the drivers if they're not reporting within the 48 hours?
Well, I think initially, as Russell said, it's about communication and discretion, and us actually actively working to engage with the drivers to ensure that they do know their obligations. If somebody has become licensed with us, or they've been licensed for a really long time, they don't look at their conditions every day. Something may happen, and they don't think to do it. So if they don't do it initially, we wouldn't automatically, right, you've done something wrong. We're going to suspend your licence, or we're going to revoke your licence because you haven't done it. We would work with them to ensure that they are aware for future, and then if in the future it happens again, that's when we start saying there's a pattern of behaviour here, this person's just not adhering to the conditions of the licence. Now we need to look at whether they are fit to continue to hold that licence.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the number of respondents, were they all operators, taxi drivers, all of the members of the public?
Dean.
If you look at page 218, Councillor Firth, it gives you a breakdown of respondents, councillors, drivers, operators, and public. A lot of drivers agreed, a lot of drivers disagreed, but also members of the public, a lot of them agreed, not so many disagreed.
Because I'm just looking at, working out in my head, is it 60% of people agreed, roughly?
65% agreed.
I've got it in my iPad, I'm flicking around like a madman.
Yeah. So if you look at Appendix 16, Appendix 16 gives you all results and comments, so that breaks it down for each one, and this is the exact data that came from the survey, so it gives you all the information. So in relation to this one, oh, does it say? It doesn't actually say, does it? No.
Councillor, if you look at page 218, there is a graph. Admittedly, there's no figures above the graphs, but it does give you an idea of how many public responded, how many drivers responded, how many operators responded to that question.
Shall I give everyone a few minutes to have a look at that? There is a lot of information there. Obviously, we need to have at the forefront of our minds the results of the consultation as well, and the comments that people have made about that particular question, so that we're able to answer our questions. Did you have a question?
I just wanted to say that I thought Councillor Marchington's suggestion was an excellent one, and I think that's what we should actually be going with. Ultimately, whilst we can look at the results of the consultation, and I think in relation to this particular question they are fairly definitive, it's ultimately a matter for this committee, not the consultation. And I think the suggestion that the obligation should be to report as soon as reasonably practicable and within 48 hours in any event is a very, very sensible one, because that shows just how seriously we take this matter. One further amendment that I might be minded to suggest would be to change the 48 hours perhaps to 48 working hours or 2 working days or something like that, if that's a problem. But again, taking up the officer's point, what this means in practical terms is that you are arrested, charged, convicted, etc. You have to do nothing more than send an email to the licensing officers saying this has happened, and then you've complied with your obligation. And actually, I don't see really why that is a problem at weekends or anything like that. So I think Councillor Marchington's suggestion is eminently sensible, addressing the point that I think you've been too soft on people, saying, you know, if a taxi driver is stopped for doing 40 and a 30 and they turn around and go, hey, I didn't know, we wouldn't accept that. So if a professional driver is turning around and saying, hey, I don't know the conditions on my licence, go easy on me, I just don't think that's acceptable. And all you have to do is get, when they renew or whenever, is get each one of them to sign a piece of paper that says, I accept my conditions, and I understand that one of them is that if I'm convicted of an offence, I have to email you, phone you immediately, and in any event within 48 hours. So I think that's an eminently sensible suggestion, and I think that's the one that I'd like to see us go for.
Councillor Watson, can I just have some clarity from you? So you're saying that you're agreeing to adopt the statutory standard, or are you wanting to deviate a little bit and saying, you know, within reasonable time?
My proposal would be that we don't adopt it as proposed here, but we adopt something that says the obligation is to report as soon as reasonably practicable and in any event no later than 48 hours.
That's an interesting variation.
No, I disagree. If you can drive a taxi on a bank holiday or a weekend, you can send an email saying I've been found guilty of something or I've been arrested.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Councillor Atma?
No, really wrong. Emailing straight away. I don't think anybody in this modern day and age has a problem with sending an email straight away, whether the office is closed or not. And I think it is acceptable to leave it at the 48-hour barrier.
Any other comments or questions? I think what I'm interested to know from Fiona is the suggestion that's made by Councillor Watson.
Principle, it's report decisions are really practical. I think that's why the advantage goes 48 hours rather than 7 days. I think there is an advantage of doing that.
But we have with it, but it says within 48 hours. Councillor Sokal? Councillor Sokal, have you got something to share with us?
No. I'm just saying, if a driver has been arrested, yeah, he might be 48 hours, he might be still in the police custody, you know, he might be not able to inform the officers, you know. So that's why I'm a bit concerned 48 hours not enough, longer enough.
That's a very good point. Councillor Davies?
If going back to the point about the consequences, if the consequences of not reporting it within the given time frame is communication and discussion and not revocation of a licence or penalty or anything like that, that is a target. So by saying you target this or a certain, but it's a target without strict consequences. So, you know, you aim as soon as possible within 48 hours. That's a straightforward response to me.
Thank you. And I think Fiona did allude to that. You know, they would take into account circumstances. It's not a blanket situation. You know, if someone was in custody, and it happens, if someone's in custody for 48 hours, then it's not practically possible. Yeah. Councillor Firth?
I'd just like to alter slightly what Councillor Watson has said. I think it should be 48 hours or when reasonably practicable. Because when Councillor Sokal said somebody may well be in custody, so that might be another 12 hours or might be another 18 hours. And I don't think that's unreasonable at all.
I think Councillor Gregg has got some contribution.
It is a good point, actually, that you've made there, Councillor Firth. I think the wording has to be right on this because there clearly is support for the majority support amongst drivers for the 48-hour based on the consultation. In terms of the statutory standard, could I, through you, Chair, ask the licensing officers, is there any, with regards to the wording, is there any clarity on whether somebody's still in custody? How would you deal with that, for example, if they weren't able to notify the authority?
Thank you. There isn't any specific
Yeah, so the actual wording of the condition is 48 hours of an arrest and release. So once you're released, you've got 48 hours in which to report it to us. Once you're released.
And as I've pointed out, it does say within 48 hours, so you can do it sooner if you want to. The deadline's 48 hours. Okay, so I'm going to pose the question then to everybody. The questions?
The only thing I'll mention, Chair, is that the aim of that particular policy is to enable the licensing authority to act as quickly as possible on the offence that's been committed. So really the issue that we're trying to sort of unravel here is not the time limit in which somebody's, that's not the main thing that the licensing authority will be considering the ultimate time. It's actually what's happened, and the time is sort of an ancillary part of that, and usually will be quite minor compared to the offences that could have been committed, although it would be taken into account. So it's just the aim of the policy change is to enable us to take action as quickly as possible to protect the public and without delay.
Thank you for that contribution. Right, okay, so these are the questions, and I'm going to ask people to raise their hands if, you know, it resonates with them. So whether the committee wants to adopt the statutory standard, so what's written here, to notify the authority within 48 hours of an arrest and release, charge or conviction of any sexual offence, and so on. Can I have a raise of hands, please, if you feel that's the direction we should be taking? I've got myself. Raise it a little bit higher so the officer can make a note. We don't want to get it wrong. 6, okay. So the next question is 7. 7. So the next question is keep the existing policy. I think that's a no-no for everyone here. The 7 days isn't reasonable. And the last one is set our own timescales based on the consultation results, as long as we have a justification for that. That's the third option. Yeah, that we're voting on today. So I think that's Councillor Firth. Anyone else?
Yes, Chair, I'd just like to move the original recommendations and add when reasonably practical to do so.
Okay, so I think we're in agreement that's carried.
Yeah.
Thank you. Move on to the second question, if we've got time to do that, and then break for lunch.
Question 2. Do you agree that if the licensing authority make a decision to refuse or revoke a licence due to an individual being thought to be at a risk of harm to a child or vulnerable adult, this matter should be referred to the DBS? So in relation to this, I will say that it is practice that we would refer things to the DBS. However, it's not something that we currently have written into the policy. So it would be more of it's open and transparent that if somebody does something that means that we think that they are a risk to a child or a vulnerable adult, we are saying we will be referring this to the DBS, and then the DBS will decide whether or not they want to add a note to any information that they give out if that person were to apply for a DBS with another authority, for example. So the options that members have are to adopt the statutory standards or reject the statutory standards, including reasons for the decisions to deviate. The recommendation by officers is that we agree to the wording of the standards, and although it's not currently written into the policy, we do already practice this when we deem it necessary, and to adopt it would be in accordance with the Safeguarding Vulnerable Groups Act 2006. So I just want to bring your attention to page 221, which is Appendix 5, and this gives you an outline of the responses that were received, and you will be able to see from that we received 317 respondents, 76% who agreed that we should be doing that, 75 respondents, which is 18%, disagreed, and 27 respondents, which is 6%, said they didn't know. And for clarity, if you have a look on page 222, that shows you the graph showing the driver, operator and public responses, so that you can see it was predominantly drivers that responded to it, and actually their responses were favourable for it. So it is a matter for you, Chair.
It might have been a couple of days since people have read it. Okay. Any questions, any comments? Councillor Hammer?
Yeah, just to get some clarity on this. You've mentioned child and vulnerable adults and referring back to the DBS. What about if there's assault or any other criminal behaviour involved with the driver? Do you report that back to the DBS as well, or is it just based around these two?
Well, the guidance suggests that it should just be children or vulnerable adults that we do refer back to the DBS. I think there possibly would be occasion where we would deem it necessary to, if it's... Sorry? Yeah, it would be a judgment call. Each case is always judged on its own. Everything we do is judged on its own merits. You never get the same two situations occurring twice. But the standards specifically say child or vulnerable adult. But if something of a violent nature occurred and we've deemed it necessary to refer it to the DBS, we would do that as well.
I guess my concern about this is, I'm assuming they're talking about situations where the police may not be involved or other authorities may not be involved, but
They should be.
they should be.
Yeah.
But if they're not, this is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
if they haven't already got that information from those other responsible authorities, then Kirklees Council are making a decision on something that no one else has been involved in. So the police, for example, haven't been involved in, there's been no conviction, there's been no issues. So we're having to make an important decision about someone's background, which may not necessarily be proved, especially if the police aren't involved.
Yeah. I think from a criminal conviction point of view, if somebody's convicted of an offence, that gets recorded on the police's system. The DBS themselves have links to those police systems and will consult with the police force that's relevant to the person that's applying for the DBS, and the police would release that information in line with their own guidance on the release of information. So anything criminal matter, it would be for the police to do that. We can still do that, so that doesn't mean that we can't report that to the DBS. It'd be double reporting, but it's better to double report than not report at all. Like Councillor Pinnock said, this is mainly in relation to things that we would be involved with, not necessarily the police. It is the policy is around adults and children. But as Fiona said, we would look at, you know, if there was a case that fell outside of that, there is discretion within the policy for us to be able to report that to the DBS as well.
I mean, I don't know what other people think, but that doesn't sit quite well with me, I'll be honest. Councillor Watson?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the point here, isn't it, is to look at the consequences. And a report to the DBS, who's going to be looking at that? Well, it's going to be any potential future employer or something like that. So this is not talking about criminal convictions, because criminal convictions will be taken out of your hands and will be registered anyway. This is a circumstance where a licence has been revoked, applying the civil standard of proof, so on the balance of probabilities, that you've taken a decision that that individual is not safe to drive a taxi in Kirklees because of issues relating to child or vulnerable adults. Now, I could think that if that goes on to the DBS service, the likely people that are going to be looking at that service are employers with an interest in that area. Or, for example, if that person were to then apply to become a foster carer or something like that. And you don't revoke licences for these grounds without some serious evidence. So if that evidence is there, I think, for example, a preschool, a care home, or a provider who was doing a DBS check on this individual, or, for example, if that individual were seeking to foster with Kirklees, because the fostering team might not actually phone you guys up and say, have you ever heard of this person? But if that information is on the DBS register, the fostering team in Kirklees or the fostering team in Leeds or the fostering team in Southampton would be aware that they had had a taxi licence revoked, presumably on the basis of significant evidence relating to a child or a vulnerable adult. So in those circumstances, I would support this.
Any other comments or questions from anyone? Councillor Firth?
Only me, Chair, and I would support that for the very same reasons.
Councillor Sokal?
Yeah, but I'm not clear about this one. I think that our office are already working with on the safeguarding of the policy we have. Yeah. So you are recommended again if you want to revoke license, whatever. Just look into the safeguarding policy. Is that right?
So like Fiona said, this already happens in practice. We already do this in practice. We refer things to the DBS.
Yeah, you're already doing that.
We already do that. It's just not written into our policy. Right. By having it in the policy, as Fiona said, we're being open and transparent about it. And anybody that holds a licence or applies for a licence knows what we do and what we will do with information that we receive. And just picking up on Councillor Watson's point, as a local authority, you've heard today around the new, the national database of revocations, suspensions and refusals. Other licensing authorities have the benefit of being able to access that. Other services within a local authority or other employers don't have that benefit and need to know about information relating to safeguarding. Using the DBS is a vital piece of that, and us being able to pass information to the DBS and for them to be able to release it protects everybody.
Councillor Gregg?
Thank you. Chair, do you have any comments on whether or not, and I don't mean to slow any process down here because obviously safeguarding should be given the paramount focus, in terms of just ensuring that everybody who is referred to the DBS is given the maximum sort of scrutiny for that decision? Could it be something that could come before the committee to decide whether to refer them to the in the instance that there was a situation where there was somebody who was of concern? I'm not so sure how many people we're talking about here. It might be just on the very, very rare instance that this happens. It might be more often. Is it practical to do that, or is that something that the committee would be minded to take on a responsibility of?
I was going to say it's a very good question, but that's something we're going to be discussing, I think, in item 11 about the role of the committee, if there is a role for the committee's panel.
I think the practicalities of that would be difficult. We could take action against somebody's licence tomorrow for those purposes of safeguarding, and we may not be able to convene a committee for 6, 7, 8 weeks due to availability. In that time, that person can go anywhere they wish, seek employment and be employed. But I think it affects, I'm not saying that members shouldn't be involved, and I think, you know, if members want to be involved, we can come up with a way of reporting those, and for members to scrutinise the decisions that we've made at one of the scheduled committees. But I think practically doing it on a day-to-day basis for members as well as officers, it would be extremely difficult.
Councillor Firth?
Can I just follow that up by saying that at the very least, I think if this, hopefully unlikely event, but if it does happen, the chair be notified, and if the chair wishes to communicate to members of the licensing committee, she can do so.
Okay, I think we need to move to show of hands, don't we? Unless anybody else has got any comments to make. Oh gosh, I haven't even put the question yet. So are we happy to adopt this? Yes. Yeah. Show of hands, please. Oh, I think it's unanimous. Councillor Zaman? No? Okay. Keep the existing policy? Okay. Set our own time scale based on the consultation?
So my personal opinion is I would echo the councillor's thoughts about it possibly coming to the committee, and I hear what you're saying about you know, it's not practical, but realistically what we could do is if you guys feel that, you know, it should be reported, at the very least, you know, maybe you suspend the driver until the a committee or panel convene and discuss this, because I think, you know, it is quite a big decision for the individual involved, and for officers to be making that off their own back. I do think it's quite a lot of responsibility that you guys are taking, and, you know, for it to come to a panel or a committee, my personal opinion is that would be more beneficial.
I think in response, I know the officers will respond. I think the point Russell was making is, just like this meeting today, it's not easy to get everybody together in one room. People have got busy diaries and so on. So, you know, how can we make sure that the process is robust and dealt with quickly? It's unlikely it can be dealt with quickly if the officers have to rely on getting us all together to make that decision. That really is the problem.
I do get what you're saying, but the thing is that, one, if you look at it from a practical perspective, how often is a case like this going to come, you know, to the council? So maybe that's one thing that you guys can answer just based on historic evidence. And secondly, okay, it's not it's not robust to call a meeting, you know, within a week or so. But at the same time, you've got to think about the impact that it's going to have on the driver or whoever's concerned on their life. So, you know, I think the least we owe to them is, because we're not talking about criminal convictions here, so the least we owe to them is that to hear them out, and because I'm not entirely sure on the appeals process if it's been, you know, referred to the DBS. How can they have it struck out? Is it going to stay there forever? So I think the least we owe to the individual is a fair hearing, if that's one way of putting it. Because, you know, if it was a criminal conviction, the least they'd get is a fair trial. So what would make it different for one person or, you know, an officer to decide their fate without, you know, in a matter of days or hours?
I think you just need to clarify a couple of points. So this condition or this recommendation is saying where the authority make a decision to refuse or revoke. So that decision's been made. A decision has been taken to refuse or revoke a licence. There is no licence in existence anymore. So that driver has already had a fair opportunity to put forward representations around why their licence shouldn't be refused or revoked, and that process has been followed. This is about updating the DBS service so that other agencies that access information on the DBS know that that's taken place.
Sorry, and would...
Can I just come in there?
Go on, I'll let Eric go first. Just what then maybe to come back to you on that, then maybe we need a discussion about timelines. You know, when that driver's lost their license, you know, I'm assuming that most of the time they probably want to go through an appeals process or they want to do something. So, you know, maybe when it's all said and done and they've exhausted all potentials of getting their license back, maybe then we you know, then if that's the case, then I would support it once all other avenues have been exhausted of the driver getting their license back, and, you know, there's literally no chance that they're going to get that license back. Then potentially, if it were to be reported, that's something I'd probably support.
Sorry, Sherry, I might just come back to that. Just to give you some practicalities on appeals and how they work and the timescales involved in that. So as soon as a decision has been made to refuse or revoke, and the applicant or the driver has got that, they've got 21 days in which to appeal that decision to the magistrate's court. If they lodge that appeal, there is then a first hearing where directions are given by solicitors and the courts on, and the final hearing set. That can take between 6 and 12 months depending on how busy the courts are. They then go to that appeal at the magistrate's court, and the magistrates will decide whether the decision was right or not. If they decide the decision was right and that the licence should be refused or revoked, there is then a further right of appeal to the Crown Court. And again, if they exercise that right, there is a first hearing at the Crown Court and then a final date set. So that's another 6 to 12 months after that. So you've got potentially 12, 18 months before a person's appeal procedure is exhausted and a final decision has been made on whether that decision is right or not. Don't forget, this is about safeguarding. If members are comfortable with that 18-month period without that information being available to others, that's a matter for members.
It is a fair question, though, because it says here, do you agree that if the licensing authority make a decision, so at what stage would you report it to the DBS? Would it be when the decision's made, or would it be after the appeals process?
We would report it as soon as that decision is made. If we think it needs reporting to the DBS, then we would report it to the DBS.
What happens if it goes to the magistrates and they, you know, turn it down and say we don't accept the decision that's been made by the authority?
So if the magistrates overturn the authority's decision, then the authority has got a right of appeal to the Crown Court, so we can exercise our right against the magistrates' court. And again, if we did that and we thought it warranted that, that's what we would do. That's 12, 18 months down the line. If ultimately the Crown Court agreed that the licence should be given back, then that driver gets the licence back, and it would be negligent of us to not then notify the DBS that that has happened.
Yeah, that's the conclusion I was after.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say I'm very mindful that the decisions that we make with respect to reporting non-convictions to the DBS do prejudice someone's life and employment chances going forward. But I do think that writing what's already practiced into the rules become part of the licence, so people holding licences are actually more protected by writing them into the rules because they're forewarned that that is a consequence of having a licence revoked. So I think, although I agree with what Councillor Zamab was saying about protecting people from being prejudiced, I do think that actually writing this in a way does protect them more than the current scenario. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Sokka?
Yeah, I think Councillor Adam Jamani is right. Yeah. I talked to a lot of taxi drivers, yeah, both Hackney carriage and the private, yeah. And the perception among the taxi driver is, oh yeah, the officer just use safeguarding policies, that's all. Suspend the driver, revoke the license. No chance they give to the driver to explain the circumstances, yeah. So that's is among them. Chair, I think, I don't know, it was before you, used to be a panel, councillors panel, 4 or 5 councillors, yeah, who used to review these cases, yeah, serious cases. You come to that panel, and they've been, I think, abolished there some time ago. Yeah, they only listen to taxis. Yeah. That was good, you know, it was a fair chance for the offender driver to explain the circumstance, but that's not here. But that's what Adam was saying. You should come to the committee.
Yeah. We are going to be discussing that at item 11.
Yeah.
We will be talking about how we're going to be.
Well, I'm talking about this one, question number 2. You know, I don't think we should. We keep the policy as it is. Yeah. Not to include safeguarding in there.
I think, Chair, just to respond to Councillor Sockhill, I think members have already carried that it's unanimous to take the policy forward. Just to address Councillor Sockhill's concerns, I can assure every single member of this committee that every driver that comes before Fiona has got a fair opportunity to put their case.
So it will be written in the...
But that's already in the policy that a driver will be given an opportunity to state their case before a decision is made.
So during that time, the driver will be suspended?
Yeah. Everybody that comes before Fiona for a decision on whether they are refused, revoked or suspended has had a fair opportunity to put forward why that shouldn't happen and what the circumstances are of their case.
Okay, lovely. I think we've probably got time to...
No, for me, if we've already taken the vote and decided, I'll wait till the later point.
Yeah, not to preempt anything, but I suspect question 3 might be quicker to get through, and then we'll break for lunch, if that's okay. All right.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So moving on to question 3, could you pop my presentation back up, please? So question 3 is if action, so it's a very similar situation, if action is taken by the council as a result of information being received from the police, so the police have notified us of something, do you agree that the information should then be fed back to the police? So, for example, if the police bring something to our attention, we investigate that person, that driver, that licence holder, we then, when we've made a decision on what we're going to do, whether it's no further action, whether it's a warning, whether it's suspension, whether it's irrelevant as to what action, if any, it is, we then feed back to the police who have brought the matter to our attention in the first place, the outcome of our investigation into that. So it's very similar in that it is something that we would already currently do. So if somebody does give us information, we usually try to go back and give them an outcome. But again, it's not physically written into the policy, and it's about making open and transparency. So Members' options are to adopt the statutory standard or reject the standard, including the reasons for the decision that you are wanting to deviate from the guidance. It's a matter for you, Chair.
Okay, questions, comments? I think it's quite straightforward. It's a matter for the committee. Yeah, should we go straight to the questions? Yeah, straight to the vote. So, do we agree to adopt this? Show of hands? Okay, no point in going through the others. I think that was unanimous. Right, I think we'll break at this stage. I think lunch is being served. Meeting room 3, downstairs. Yeah, I'm thinking half an hour. Or does anybody want a little bit longer? 45 minutes? Half an hour? Half an hour. Half an hour. Thank you. I've been told by the officers that we need to go back to question 2 so they can clarify an issue for us. And I'll let Russell take over and we'll decide on what we'll do after you've got that information.
Yeah, it's just going back to clarify some of my comments earlier around question 2 and everybody having an opportunity, all drivers having an opportunity to speak, to to put forward their case before a decision's made. That is the case. There are occasions where we have to make a immediate decision based on the interest of public safety. So we do get information that needs an immediate action. Even in those cases, we do contact the driver and try and get them in, or to speak to them on the phone, or we'll go and knock on their door to get an account from them before that decision's made. If we can't get hold of that driver and it is an immediate risk, then there are occasions where a decision may be made, but we have made attempts and everybody is afforded an opportunity to come to speak to Fiona or an officer before the decision's made. But like I said, there are occasions where if we've not been able to get hold of that driver and that decision still needs to be made, those decisions are made. Apologies for the confusion on that one.
So any comments, Councillor Zaman?
Sorry, just for my own knowledge, can you clarify when these decisions are taken? Are they taken by one person? Are they taken by a panel of people? And what if it is a panel? What's the makeup of the panel?
Okay, so decisions within licensing are delegated down to the group leader for licensing. So in this case, it's Fiona that makes those decisions. There are checks and balances in place around those decisions. So if it's a decision which is clearly within policy, then Fiona's got the discretion to make that decision. If it's a case that is on the borderline or we're not certain, then it's an involvement with the operational manager, which is myself. And if we're both uncertain, then it escalates up to the head of service and we'll come to a collective decision. But if it's a case that's clearly within policy, then it's usually Fiona that makes that decision.
And are you satisfied that the method as it is now is working well, or do you think it could be reviewed to make it better?
There'll be questions on that later on around decision making. I think it'd be appropriate to leave that until that point.
Okay, any more comments or questions? Okay, we'll move.
So if we agree with the officer recommendation, then
we've already made that decision, but now we have this fresh information. Is that what you're saying? Are you wanting to relook, or?
Are we on question 4?
On question 2. So question 2 about the DBS.
Oh yeah, DBS, DBS. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a bit
where a decision has been made, and I think just to kind of clarify what the officers are saying is that every attempt will be made to communicate with the taxi driver who they believe may have done something wrong, and there are occasions where they exhaust every avenue: telephone, text, visit, whatever it might be, and if the person doesn't engage and they can't get hold of them, then a decision has to be made in the interest of safety.
So it will be written in the policy anyway, obviously,
Sorry, that won't affect that recommendation in question 2. All I was doing is just clarifying what the position is on how the decisions are made.
I can't hear,
You're saying that it won't affect question 2?
Yeah, so it doesn't impact on question 2. It doesn't impact on question 2. All I was doing is clarifying what the position is and what happens in practice around decision making. I'd inform members that drivers are given that opportunity to put their case forward. And it was just clarifying that there are occasions where that might not be possible because we've not been able to get hold of the driver, and that decision still has to be made.
Do we give opportunity to driver before he's suspended or revoked, or after being suspended?
No, it's before.
Before? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll move on to question 4.
Okay, so question 4 is, do you agree that where an applicant has spent an extended period of 3 or more continuous months outside of the UK, the applicant should be required, where possible, to provide criminal records information or a certificate of good character from the country in which they have resided? The recommendation from officers is it's actually recommended that members agree to keep the existing requirement at 6 months. The reason for this recommendation is that, considering local circumstances and that many licence holders licensed in Kirklees are from a BAME background, knowledge and experience shows that a large proportion of the trade visit foreign countries for extended periods of time to visit family and friends, and the requirements would be too onerous and have a detrimental impact on the community. If I can just take you to Appendix 7, which is page 227 of your pack. 227, which shows that 228 respondents, which was 54%, said they did not agree with the 3-month requirement. 165 respondents, which was 39%, did agree, and 31 respondents, which is 7%, did not know. If you take a look on page 228, the graph shows you the numbers and the people who were the respondents. So the overriding response was from the drivers on this one, who disagreed with the requirement. And the options available to members are to adopt the statutory standards, so that is to require a certificate of good conduct, good character, with if somebody spends an extended period of 3 or more continuous months outside of the UK, or whether we keep the policy that we currently have, which says 6 months, including a reason for your decision to deviate from the guidance, or for you as members to set a timescale based on the consultation responses and including the reason for the decision and the reason why you are wanting to deviate from the guidance. It's a matter for you, Chair.
Questions, comments? Councillor Hammer?
I've got a couple of questions here. This issue was raised in the past as well. Under which authority in the country will you accept a reference letter or character of judgment, or like majority of the countries where taxi drivers do go on holiday, and if they stay lengthy periods of time, like Pakistan, their national language is Urdu. So who will be doing the translation from Urdu into English when the certificate arrives back at Kirklees Council? And my second question on this, is this policy the same for bus drivers, train drivers, etc., or is it just implemented on taxi drivers?
So I think, well, when we ask for a certificate of good conduct, it's from the local police force, either where the person would be staying effectively in the foreign country or have stayed for those 3 months or 6 months. So that's where we would expect the certificate of good conduct to come from. In relation to translation, most of them do come back translated. If they don't, then the council's got access to translation services where we can do that if it's necessary. So there is that facility there. In relation to other professions, we can only control what we control. These guidelines relate to the private hire and hackney carriage trades. It's a matter for other industries and other businesses as to what safeguarding procedures they put in place.
And apologies, I've been calling you Amar, it's Anwar. Apologies. Councillor Firth?
I think we should keep the policy, the current policy as it is. I think you're quite right, 3 months is too short, 6 months is perfectly adequate. And I move that we keep it to 6 months.
Okay, any other comments from anyone? I see some nodding of heads. So we'll take the vote then. Oh.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think I'd agree with everything that's been said there by the other councillors. 6 months seems a sensible period of time. But I just have doubts about the efficacy of the policy anyway. I'm not sure that a piece of paper actually helps. I think, yeah, 6 months.
Okay.
So if we agree to the 6-month policy which we have, so officer won't be asking any criminal record or other certificate back from the country where they've been.
So this applies to a certificate of good conduct. So the policy says if that's what members agree that it's 6 months and we keep our policy, then if a person is out of the country for 6 months, we wouldn't be asking for a certificate of good conduct. To clarify that, if we receive information that says we need to go and ask for one or get the driver to ask for one, that's a different matter, and we may have to specifically request one. But in the main, if somebody's going away for a break or to visit family, we would not ask for a certificate of good conduct. And I have to clarify that just relates to the certificate of good conduct. We have different processes for the DBS, which is the criminal conviction. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Lawson.
Thank you. I just wondered is, obviously with people going out the country, we've got these checks on them, but what about if they're staying at home and are there the same kind of checks? Do you get a flag up from the DBS?
We do, yes. So currently we're working at the moment to get everybody signed up to the online DBS service, but ultimately everybody previously had to have an enhanced DBS, which is related specifically to being a taxi and private hire driver, which they had to do every 3 years. With them all being on the online update service and getting onto that, we would be notified if there are any changes to an existing DBS. No.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask through you, Chair, to the officers to make it easier for the taxi drivers who are going away for extended periods of time? Is there a PDF document that could be provided maybe for them to download, just so it makes it easier for them to present to the authorities or to the authority in the foreign country just to say, this is what we need, we've got your... So they can certify that in the country of origin that they've been away in, so the police officers in that country can fill that document in with their contact details, and it makes it much easier for the taxi driver. We get the information we need, and also obviously that way then if there is any concern about the validation of that document, we can contact potentially the person who signed it.
Yeah, I can't see an issue with us creating a document that they can download to take with them to be filled in.
Yeah. I think we'd have to look at whether that could actually physically replace a certificate of good conduct. I wouldn't want to give a commitment today to say we'll accept that instead of a certificate of good conduct. We'd have to look at the pros and cons of both, but certainly having a document that somebody can take to the local police force as to why we're asking for this and what information we require is certainly relatively easy for us to do.
Thank you.
And just to clarify a point on the notification from the DBS, as existing members will know, we do have police co-located within licensing, so we have police licensing officers in the same building. We share information with them regularly, so if anything does come up in between DBS checks, we do get notified.
Okay, should we go straight to the vote then? All right. Yeah, so are we going to adopt the statutory standards, which is 3 months? Are we going to we keep with the existing policy, which is 6 months? Yeah, show of hands. It's unanimous. Lovely, we'll move on to the next question.
Who do not hold a valid Hackney carriage or private hire driver's badge. So this is the people that own the vehicles but don't necessarily drive, so they're not the drivers, should complete a basic disclosure from the DBS at first application and a check required annually for the duration of that vehicle licence. I would like to take you to page 229 which is Appendix 8, and that gives you the summary of the respondents, and we had 285 respondents who said yes, which is 68%. We had 100 respondents, which was 24%, who said no, and we had 8%, which was 333 respondents who didn't know. And if you turn to page 230, that gives you an idea on the graph as to the numbers and the areas from the responses. It is recommended by officers that members agree to adopt the recommended requirement of the statutory standards to consider whether the applicant or licence holder with a conviction for offences other than those relating to driving meet the fit and proper threshold. So it's any conviction they might have, but because they're not the driver, motoring convictions wouldn't necessarily come into play. And the options for members are to adopt the statutory standard, to keep the existing policy where vehicle proprietors don't need a DBS, including for a reason for your decision to deviate, or adopt the standard but set a time period based on results on the consultation, including a reason for the decision to deviate from the guidance. So do you want them to do a DBS, but do you think, oh, they don't need one every year, they need one or every 6 months or every 3 years? It's a matter for you, Chair.
Questions, comments? Councillor Zaman.
Hi. Can the officers provide some context as to why they feel it's relevant, or why they think this policy should be implemented? What impact does the vehicle owner have on the taxi trade when they're not directly involved, especially with the public?
Okay, so I think just for clarification, not clarification, but a bit of additional info. So the vast majority of our vehicles are owned and operated by a licensed driver. We don't have many vehicle proprietors that aren't already licensed drivers. The ones that aren't licensed drivers tend to be your hire car companies that we've got no ability to check on at the moment. So this would effectively allow us to check on the character of those companies and other individuals. To remember is that private hire vehicles are anonymous when they're driving around. They're very, they just slot into everyday life. They can be transporting people or other things, and they can be used for nefarious activity without knowledge of the driver. So it's important that we carry out those checks on everybody that's got, anything to do with the trade.
Right. So from my understanding, so as you mentioned, the vast majority of people that of taxi drivers own their own vehicle. Now, I would think that probably 99.9% of the others are businesses. So how are you going to conduct a DBS against a business that's an entity in itself?
It would depend on what's on the application form. So if the application form for the vehicle and the licence is in a business name, then we would expect the directors and those named on the company to have done that DBS.
Okay, yeah, I'm just... So then, do you feel like the policy probably needs to be adopted to cover that, or do you think you capture the directors? Because technically the directors don't own the vehicles, do they?
No, the company own the vehicles, but the directors are involved with that vehicle. So for me, they would be the equivalent of just a sole person having a vehicle.
Yeah, but the fact is that as a matter of law, the business itself is the owner. So I'm just speaking from a policy perspective. How you're going to ask a director to do a DBS based on, because ultimately the director is not the owner of the vehicle. So I'm just saying that, you know, in the eyes of the law, the company is the person that owns the vehicle. And I think in the vast majority, when the license holder is not the owner of the vehicle, it's going to be the company that owns the vehicle. So I just feel like you're probably not capturing what you hope to expect, because from if I was the director of a company and the policy states that the owner of the vehicle needs to have a DBS check, I wouldn't be forthcoming to do a DBS as a director when you're asking the company to have a DBS.
I think we would have to put a point of clarification in the policy to say that vehicle proprietor, if it is a company, then we would expect the directors named on that company to have done the DBS.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. I was going to ask something similar. You know, where someone is a proprietor of a vehicle but not a license holder. So in those circumstances, that person isn't coming into contact with the public as a taxi driver, but they own the vehicle. What this is sort of proposing is that person should have a DBS check, even though they're not coming into contact with members of the general public. They don't have access to data or any information about members of the public.
No, but they've got control over that vehicle and can dictate what happens to that vehicle, who goes in that vehicle. They can...
But a taxi driver can't restrict people... Sorry, go on.
As an extreme case, and I'm not saying this has happened, but hypothetically, a vehicle proprietor that doesn't hold a licence with us could be involved in the drugs trade. They could have 3 or 4 vehicles that are licensed by us or driven by drivers that have got no links to that trade whatsoever, to the drugs trade whatsoever. They are purely a driver. But that vehicle proprietor could use their network to go in that vehicle, transport packages. And, you know, we need information around those vehicle proprietors to try and prevent situations like that.
Is that the rationale then behind this? Because I'm thinking it just seems a little bit remote. It's quite removed. So, I mean, a lot of these questions that we're going through, I can see the importance of them and how it translates into, you know, daily life for taxi drivers and operators and, you know, service users. But this one, I'm struggling with that.
Okay, just let me have a quick look. Members can see at page 202, this is what the Department for Transport have said around why. And it is around the fit and proper. So the legislation says to hold a licence, you have to be fit and proper. To assess somebody's fitness and propriety, we have to look at their past. The DBS is part of that, and any criminal convictions that come light of that are compared against the policy. For a vehicle proprietor, it will be a basic DBS. They're not exempt, so it would just be a basic DBS. But they are, under the legislation, they're subject to the same requirements as a driver, that they need to be fit and proper. So why should they be treated any different than a driver?
Does anybody else have any comments or questions? Should we go straight to the vote? Oh, Councillor Crook and then Councillor Gregg.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say that it does feel a little bit like we're giving officers undue powers to investigate people who are just owning a business and not coming into contact with the public, and it seems to me that we're very unlikely to catch a drug dealer who's setting themselves up with a taxi firm to deliver drugs by doing that check, because they just simply set someone else up as the director. So we're giving controls and powers over people's personal information that is not likely to give the outcome that is presented as the intention, and so it seems that our inclination should be not to give extra powers over people where it doesn't have a clear and effective end.
Thank you. Councillor Gregg?
Thank you. Every year does seem a little bit excessive, in my opinion, for somebody who's behind the scenes. I think as a check and a balance, 3 years, every 3 years would be more, I believe, sufficient, given the good background information about potential reasons for this policy. It's always a possibility that somebody untoward could be behind the scenes of a business, a company director. The other point is there could be 6 company directors as well of a business, a limited company. So that is again going to put a lot of burden on a company, potentially who aren't doing anything wrong and just wanting to run their business. So every year, asking 6 company directors to do a DBS check could be quite onerous and expensive. So maybe more to the leaning towards the 3-year on that point. Just my views on that. I don't know if anybody else agrees with that.
Yeah, and I'm just going to put my 2 pennies worth in to say that question 6 and 7 is about private hire operators, so they don't have a licence. So we're wanting to capture, that's obviously we're going to deal with that question as we go on, but they're quite specific to the operation, and we're talking about DBS checking them. But this is different. This to me, these are individuals who aren't directly involved, like I say, with, taxi driving, general public. But I do understand what you're saying there about, making sure that everybody's safe under the umbrella. But I do think it's very onerous. But it's down to the panel to decide. Councillor Firth?
Onerous. I think I'll support the 3-year check.
Okay, should we go to the voting then?
Sorry, Chair, just on Councillor's on as well, it does actually say in the statutory guidance around where the vehicles in a company name that it's each of the director or partner and company or partnership that would need to have that DBS. So it's clarified in the guidance as well, and we'd make that clear on any documentation.
Can I just ask an additional question? What's the cost then of a basic DBS?
I don't know off the top of my head, £35–40 springs to mind, maybe a bit less.
Councillor Lawson?
I think it's £22.50. My daughter got one recently.
Because we want specifics. Right, okay, we'll move to...
Anyone else?
All right, we'll move to the question then. Okay, so the committee, are we wanting to adopt the statutory guidance, which is around DBSing vehicle proprietors? Can we have a show of hands? Yeah, that's option 3. So the next voting question is, do we keep the existing policy where there is no DBS checking? And I think also there's got to be some confirmation about why we've deviated away from the statutory guidance. Yeah. But if we go with option 2, which is keep the existing policy, we've got to say why we've deviated away from it. So are we happy with the discussion that's happened today? We will do. But the point I'm making is my understanding is if we don't go for the statutory guidance and we keep the existing policy, we've got to say why we're keeping the existing policy and what the rationale is behind that, why the committee's made that decision. So I want to know if the officers made a note of the reason why the people who have voted have sort of indicated they want to deviate away from it. Okay, so the third option is setting our own timescale based on the consultation results based on the consultation results, including reasons for deviating again away from the statutory guidance. So is anyone interested in option 3? Can I see a raise of hands? That was option 3.
That was option 3 they voted on.
Yeah.
Most of voted for option 2.
Yeah. So that's to keep with the existing policy. We think we've got enough detail as to why, or reasoning behind deviating from the statutory guidance. Okay. Question 6, Fiona.
Sorry, Chair, can I ask the summary of what has actually been approved?
Yeah, so what's been agreed is that we keep the existing policy. And I think there was discussion about it being onerous, particularly on companies. It being onerous on companies, and that it seems a little bit unfair where these individuals are not directly involved with the day-to-day running of the taxi business, the taxi trade, not being in contact with members of the public or any other associate in respect of that. That's my understanding. Is there anything else outside of that? Yeah, it's my understanding that's the rationale. Sorry?
Not effective for the stated aims of the addition of that.
Got that. Lovely, a note's been made of that. Okay, moving on to question 6 then.
So question 6, do you agree that all ancillary staff that work at private hire operator bases who have access to booking records should be required to complete an annual DBS? So the recommendation for question 6 is it is recommended that members adopt the proposed standards. The operator-based staff, so those are usually the people that you would find taking the telephone calls when you're making the booking, do have access to personal and sensitive data, such as when people are on holiday, where they work, the hours they work, they have their address, they know where children go to school, and things like that. It's important that operators are carrying out suitable checks on their employees to ensure that sensitive and personal information is safeguarded. So if I can take you to appendix number 9, which is page 231 of your pack. The summary of the responses is 66%, so that's 276 respondents said they do agree that people who have access to information that work within an operator base that aren't licensed should be required to complete an annual DBS check. I need to emphasise that it wouldn't be the licensing authority asking for the DBS check. It's the operator, the licensed operator, who has to ensure that his employees or her employees have had a basic DBS check. It's not the licensing authority, and we wouldn't have any right to view those DBS checks. 25% or 106 respondents said, no, I do not agree. And 9%, 38% said, I don't know. And if you turn to page 232, the graph gives you your figures in graph form as to the majority of where the respondents came from. So it's a matter for members to decide whether to adopt the statutory standard, to keep the existing policy, which at this moment in time doesn't require ancillary staff that work at private hire operator bases and have access to booking records to complete an annual DBS check, including the reason for the decision that you want to deviate from the guidance. And option 3 is to adopt the standard, but set a different timescale for the frequency of the requirement of staff to have a DBS completed based on the results of the consultation, including the reason for the decision to deviate from the guidance. It's a matter for you, Chair.
Do you find at the moment that that's happening? Are you aware of it happening with certain operators?
I'm not aware that they currently ask their staff to DBS check, no.
Questions and comments? Okay, we'll go straight to the voting then. Okay. I hope so. Okay, so are we wanting to adopt this statutory standard? Show of hands, please. I think it's unanimous. Moving on to the next question.
Thank you, Chair. So moving swiftly on to question 7. So this is a little bit of a follow-on from the last question. So it is, do you agree that private hire operators should keep a register of the staff that take booking or dispatch vehicles, so a register of all those staff that work for them, who are the ones that take all the bookings, including confirmation that they have completed that annual DBS check, and also that they provide a policy on employing, I've put ex-offenders by accident, so there's a typo on this, it should say sex offenders, for those persons on the register. And the recommendation from officers is that members adopt the proposed standard, which supports the recommendation from the last question. If I take you to appendix number 10, which is page 233 of your pack. And in this, we've got 71% agree, which is 302 respondents. 20% do not agree, which is 86 respondents, and 8% don't know, which is 35 respondents. Some of the additional comments that were made said that it was excessive and not necessary. Others say that people need to feel safe, and it's about safety of data, keeping the public safe. Some respondents couldn't believe that it's not already in place at the moment. There was a suggestion that companies may need help with templates, and there should be a consistent approach. So the options for members are to adopt the statutory standard or to keep the existing policy, which does not require operators to keep a register of staff that take bookings or dispatch vehicles, and with a confirmation that they have required the DBS check to be carried out, and a policy on employing sex offenders for those persons on the register, including any reasons why you wish to deviate from the guidance. It's a matter for you, Chair.
Committee, Councillor Zaman.
I do support it, but can we just have that little bit you mentioned on public record about providing support and templates and what's necessary for the taxi companies? Because I'm just conscious that a lot of them. Fiona mentioned about providing templates and adequate support for companies. So if you could just have that on record, because I'm just conscious that a lot of these companies are small enterprises, and if it requires systems or anything like that, it might be a large cost burden. So if you could just provide the necessary support.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is a big change for operators, so yeah, we'll certainly make sure that support is there in the template documents and policies that they can have access to.
Comments, questions?
Question.
Yeah, Councillor.
Yeah, I have a question. Most private hire operators in north of Kirklees, they're using call centres abroad. So how does the DBS reflect around the staff they employed abroad or subcontracting or around them lines?
I think that's something we'll have to look at on an individual basis with those companies. We're going to have to work on that with the individual companies that's going to impact as to whether we can get that. I wasn't aware of any of the companies that have call centres outside of the UK. We do know that they have some in the UK, and I know one of the respondents is a national company have put forward concerns over that. We'll just have to work with them on an individual basis.
Interesting. Okay, should we move to the voting? So, adopting the policy. Show of hands, please. I think it's unanimous again. Maybe it has something to do with those sandwiches we had earlier on. Okay, question 8.
Okay, do you agree with the proposed changes to the condition in relation to the recording of bookings by private hire operators? To make it a little bit easier, in your pack on page 79 to 80, I have put the existing and the proposed changes there for you to see. It is recommended by officers that, considering the results of the consultation, it's recommended that we do adopt the changes in accordance with the standards. However, members will note that on the proposed changes in the second bullet point, it says the full name of the hirer. One of the key concerns from the results were that they can't always get a full name. So, for example, if I phoned up to get, they'd say, what's your full name? And I'd say, my name's Fiona, or my last name's Goldsmith. Generally speaking, I wouldn't say Fiona Goldsmith or Fiona Louise Goldsmith if you want my formal telling off name. So I think we accept that it would be difficult for them to get somebody to give them a full name. So we would be happy to see the word full removed from it if that's what members are minded to do. I will just take you to Appendix 11. And Appendix 11 is the results from the consultation in relation to this question. And as you will see, I've obviously done a typo there as well because it says 665%, which isn't actually possibly true. So it will be 66%, I believe. So 66% agreed. 21% didn't agree and 13% didn't know. So the options for members are to adopt the changes, to keep the existing requirements including reasons for the decision, or adopt the changes in part. So for example, if you want to adopt the changes and remove the word full, then we would use option 3. It's a matter for you, Chair.
Fiona, can you just confirm the rationale behind this particular question? You know, we talk about full names, we talk about, talks here about identifying, you know, plates and so on. Why do you think these changes have been proposed?
The changes will be proposed because there's a number of reasons why we ask for booking records. The legislation says that that every operator has to have certain booking records. The guidance has requested these details so that when for example, when officers are trying to identify a driver, or if the police officers are trying to identify a driver, it aids them to be able to do so. So if we say, can we have the records for this length of time, we can identify who was the driver in a certain situation. It makes it much easier to do so.
It can also assist the police, can't it, with investigations
the police
and so
investigations, yeah.
Fantastic. Questions, comments? No? We'll go straight.
Could I just clarify that it's not necessarily a negative? So sometimes things happen and there may be a witness to something, so the police may want to see speak to somebody in regards to something. So it may seem like we're being negative, and I really am not. It's a tool for us to be able to aid to establish who a driver is, but not always for a negative reason.
It promotes consistency as well across the trade. Booking records at the moment can vary depending on the detail that they've got, so this will just help with that consistency right across.
So a uniformed approach across operations. Okay, we'll go to the voting. So can we have a show of hands for adopting the standard? I think we're unanimous again.
Could I just clarify, are you adopting the standard with the word full in or without the word full?
Should we do it again? Show of hands with full, with the wording full in there. Do you want to explain it again?
So apologies. So one of the key comments that kept coming through and the consultation response was when we've asked for the full name of the hirer, that would mean full name as in my full name, which is Fiona Goldsmith, and operators have expressed an opinion that it may be difficult to get a full name, and actually just saying Fiona's the booking person or Miss Goldsmith or something along them lines would be more appropriate rather than actually forcing them to have full name, because every time we go and check the records, if I haven't got a full name, we're going to say you're not meeting the requirements of your conditions. So it may seem like a small thing, but it becomes a bit bigger when they're not complying with it.
So, to clarify the standard then, the standard says full name?
Yes.
Yes. And what you're recommending is that
Just
it is
says
option
names.
3 where we adopt it, but without the word full?
Yes.
Eric,
I
first.
think it's unnecessary. We've already, if you give your first name, you get your contact number anyway, so that's unnecessary.
Okay, so shall we do a show of hands for option 3, which is adopt it but take out the word full? Thank you. Moving on to the next question.
Thank you, Chair. So question 9. Do you agree that there are local circumstances that indicate the installation of CCTV will either have a positive or adverse effect on the safety of taxi and private hire vehicle users? So on this one, officers are recommending that following the results of the consultation, which if you go to Appendix 12, question 9, which is page 239 of your pack, the results are actually, they do come through saying yes, it would have a positive effect, and 63% said that. 21 said no, it would have an adverse effect, and 16% said they weren't sure. I think what we're recommending is that we do feel that the respondents do feel that it would have a positive effect, and we still need to establish whether there is a local need for mandatory CCTV within vehicle policy, within the vehicle policy, or whether it's something that we can have as a voluntary thing, that we have a standard that if they want to have it, they have to comply with. So it's recommended to members that they instruct officers to carry out some further work and engagement regarding the need for a CCTV policy within Kirklees, and the options for members. I've gone and lost everything. The options for members is to, if a local need is indicated based on the results of the consultation, instruct officers to carry out further work on establishing whether there's a need for a CCTV policy to be implemented, with a more detailed report to be brought back to members in due course. Or alternatively decide there is no local need for CCTV policy within Kirklees, and the current position is if a vehicle proprietor chooses to have CCTV within their vehicle, it's their choice, and it's neither supported or discouraged by the authority at this moment in time. So it's a matter for you, Chair.
Okay. Derek?
Can I ask, officers will know this, how much does a CCTV cost in a motor vehicle?
It actually varies. It varies depending upon what specification you're going to get. And there'll be the added so there is the cost implication. So you can get a cheap one for £30 that you put in your car, or you can spend hundreds and hundreds of pounds on a really sophisticated system. But it's not even necessarily about how much it costs. It's whether we want a specification so that all have to be the same. If we do that, we would then look at whether we would have providers that we would say you have to go to X, Y, Z providers because they meet the specification that's required. And there are multiple other sort of scenarios that you can look at when you're deciding upon a CCTV policy. So the results of the consultation are positive. People are saying, yeah, we think it would be positive. It's how we as an authority then are going to go forward with it, and what work we need to do to bring back to members to give you all the information about what we can possibly do. So,
clearly before you do anything like this, you need to consult more. But my own opinion, for what it's worth, I think it safeguards not only the passengers but the drivers too, because they get some terrible passengers in which we're all well aware of that. So can consultation with the trade, please.
Councillor Watson?
Yeah, really, to very much echo what Councillor Firth's just said. If I were a private hire driver, I'd have it anyway, because I think, you know, a lot of these people are working alone late at night. They're very vulnerable. You do get people that are intoxicated and things like that. So I would have thought that this suggestion is excellent, in that we should take this forward, but the officers should be mandated to work with the industry groups and so forth to work out what the best solution is that protects everybody.
Yeah, I'm definitely in agreement with that. I think for me, what really stands out as well is that, you know, if CCTV is fitted, there's also issues around data control, there's issues around safety. We know some taxi drivers also use their vehicle for personal use, so they'll have their families in there. How will it impact on them? So I do think there's a lot more work. And I'd also be interested to know what's happening as well in other areas. There's some good practice that we can, you know, have a look at and share. So I'm of the opinion that, you know, more research needs to be done on this, but it's a matter for the panel. So can I pose that question? Councillor Davis.
I support the need and the benefits of CCTV for passengers and for drivers, absolutely. But I don't think it's something that needs to should be mandated because of the impact of it. It's a choice matter for me. Maybe could we rephrase it so it should be that the council encourages and supports it rather than mandating it.
So that may be something that can be looked at?
I think just coming on that point, that's part of that additional work that needs to be done. We're in a position where the DFT are saying that you should consult to see if there's a local need, and that's what we've done. What the Information Commissioner says is that that should be evidenced. If you're going to make it mandatory that people have CCTV, it should be evidence-based, and that's part of that work that we're going to have to do. Is there an evidence base to make it mandatory? If there isn't, then we'll have to come to committee and say that, and it'll be a matter for members as to whether they do mandate it or it becomes voluntary, and we have a specification that we would like them to meet.
Another question there? No? It's okay. Councillor Anwar?
What I'd like to add on this issue is there's a lot of drivers that have got CCTV excuse me, in their vehicles already. But when it comes to managing it, I think the council shouldn't manage their CCTV. It's ultimately down to the driver to manage it and take record of it or provide details to the officers or the police whenever they're in question of needing it. And what I do recommend that the council officers do recommend it to the driver to have CCTV, not to provide it for them, because on the market you could get some for £30 and some for £250. So there's a figure involved in that, and some drivers aren't willing to pay over £250 for CCTV in their vehicle.
Again, that would be something that in the work that we would do in this time before we bring it back to say, you know, we've looked at it, we've seen, right, we've worked out whether there is a local need, because it is all about, is there a local need? That's the crux of it. Is there a local need for a mandatory policy? If it turns out there isn't, we can look at the ways and means in which we would look to have a policy that isn't mandatory, and it's something that, and yeah, I'd happily encourage drivers to have it, because, you know, safeguarding for them and for their passengers.
It's a significant piece of work, this, that we need to engage with the trade on and get their views as part of that, because and it's going to be a two-step process as I see it. So we take this forward now and we look to see if there's the evidence base to support whether it's mandatory or not, and we'll have to come back to committee to get that decision. If committee then say yes, we're going to mandate that, then we have to look at what that specification is, and I think that's where it's important that we look at what the drivers have already got, what else is out there, and what we want, and potentially have to come back to committee again with an agreed specification that we've drawn up with the trade that we're all comfortable with.
Councillor Zaman?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think there might be a bit of confusion as to what the policies, the questions that she's asking. So the officers are saying that should we go away and do a consultation on whether or not we feel there is a need for CCTV, and I am strongly in favour of that, actually doing that work so that we can make an informed decision.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're happy to do that work. And I think just touching on the GDPR concerns, if it is made mandatory, then the council does automatically become the data controller. So we would have to have control over that data.
Okay. So I think I'll put the fourth option, so that officers go away and do some research and come back to us with another report on, you know, recommendations in terms of how to proceed. Can we have a show of hands? Fantastic, that's unanimous. Okay, question 10.
Thank you, Chair. Question 10. You'll be pleased to know this is the penultimate one. Do you agree that the council should have a specific policy in relation to stretch limousines? So 50% of the respondents were for a policy, and there's nothing specific to stretch limousines and the increased usage of them. Sorry, I'm tripping all over my words now. I think it's because I've spoken so much today. So basically we're recommending that as we don't currently have a policy, that members request that we go away and have a look at developing a policy in relation to them and bring it back for consideration. At the moment, if we were to get somebody who came to us with a stretch limousine, we would look at it and license it. It's not that we wouldn't. However, there is nothing specifically written into our policy in relation to stretch limousines, so it would be dealt with as any other private hire vehicle would be dealt with. And obviously, members are aware that stretch limousines tend to be a larger vehicle. They're modified in certain ways. We would always ask for a certificate of IVA or a certificate of compliance, conformity, so that we know that the modifications have been done, but we don't currently have that policy written into our main taxi policy at the moment. So if I could just quickly take you to Appendix 13, which is 243 of your pack. So 50% were for a policy, 33% didn't know, and 17% said no. A lot of the responses said there should be the same policy as Hackney Carriage and Private Hire. When we do get them, we do treat them the same, but again, it's not written into the policy. Some people say they don't really use them in Kirklees, more in cities. I think accepted, we don't get many. However, with this increase in proms and things like that, we are seeing an increase in the need for them within areas, and they are heavily modified vehicles, so you know, safety structural checks are required in relation to them. So the options for members are to instruct officers to develop a specific policy in relation to stretch limousines and then bring it back for a decision by members at a later date, or to keep the existing position whereby we do licence them under the existing policy and procedures, but we don't have a specific section within the policy. So it's a matter for you, Chair.
Okay, questions, comments? Councillor Gray?
Thank you, Chair. Does the existing policy prejudice limousines in any way, or is it working quite well? May I ask? Thank you.
We don't get many, to my knowledge. I think there's only about 2 or 3. Yeah, and when they do come, they would be, so they're tested as any other private hire vehicles tested. So they get the compliance test. If they've been modified, we ask for the IVA or the certificate of compliance to serve. IVA is
individual vehicle approval. So it's been specifically. It's not a normal vehicle. It's been tested specially by VOSA.
Yeah, so for example, if anybody has a vehicle and they want to add another seat in or anything like that, even with a private hire at the moment, we would request that they have an IVA because they've modified that vehicle. So we need to know that that vehicle is structurally sound to be on the road. Any modifications that have been done are safety tested. So they would automatically, we would ask for one of those anyway. It's just the fact that we don't physically have a policy specific.
Yeah, and I think while we get licensing at the moment under our existing policies, given that they are used a lot for prom nights and have got young children in there, I think it's appropriate that we look at that and whether we need to put any additional safeguarding measures in place specifically for those vehicles.
Anyone else? No? Okay. So there's a fourth recommendation, which is that officers prepare a policy based on what's been discussed today and bring it back to committee on another occasion. Can we have a show of hands? Yeah. So show of options. So the first one, whether we ask officers to prepare a policy and bring it back to the committee. Show of hands. The other one is to keep it existing, isn't it? So I think that's unanimous. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we're on to the last question.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I keep forgetting to press my button. So question 11, do you agree that the decision making should stay delegated to the group leader for licensing? So as members know, we've discussed it a little bit earlier. At the moment, the decision making is delegated down at officer level to myself as the group leader for licensing. We've done an options and recommendation with this one because following on from the consultation responses, which if I can just refer you to Appendix 14, which is page 245 of your pack. You will see that the responses that have come through, so 50% said no, they don't want it to stay with the group leader. 146 respondents said yes they do, which is 35%, and 15% or 60 respondents said they don't know. The guidance that's actually issued by the Department for Transport recommends that decision making should be the responsibility of a panel of suitably trained elected members. And the results of the consultation show that many respondents don't agree that decision making should sit with be the sole responsibility of one person. At this time, it's going to be difficult for us to provide more options, as following the collation of the results of the consultation, it's clear that we need to do a little bit more work to investigate the possible options for decision making going forward. In addition to this, if there are any changes to the decision making, it might require a change to the full constitution. So what we are asking members today is to instruct us as officers to investigate possible options relating to decision making and the implications that there will be for each of those options, and then come back and present a further report to members in due course. So it's a matter for you, Chair.
Councillor Watts, questions, comments? Councillor Watts.
I find it really interesting that we're even being asked to consider this, because when I first joined the council back in 2016, this was exactly what we did. We had a panel of 5 members of this committee that sat and decided these matters. And I remember going to my first panel that I sat on, and one of the first cases was a case of somebody who had been convicted in relation to drugs. And I went into that panel, effectively saw the evidence and looked at it and thought, well, this is an absolute open and shut case. This person should be nowhere near a taxi. And we listened to what their solicitor had to say and everything, and the representations were made, and then they went out, and we came to the vote. And the outcome was that that person was allowed to keep their licence. And I was quite appalled by that, actually, because it'd been, the voting had clearly gone along partly political lines. It was clear that was what happened. And that's no criticism of anybody who's here today or anything. I'm not playing politics or anything. That was the reality of what had happened. So at the next full council meeting, I think it was Councillor Firth that was the chair of licence then. And obviously we couldn't give any details of the individual case, but I asked a question in public, which went along the lines of, could the chair of the licensing committee confirmed that we now have a taxi driver in Kirklees who has a conviction for drugs, who is driving our children around, things like that. And the answer was obviously, yes, we have. Now, that was obviously picked up by the press. There was quite an outcry about that. And at that time, there were only three, I think this is correct, there were only three councils that used a panel to decide. Was it 5? Yeah. The ones that I recall were Rotherham and Rossendale. And if you think going back what, 4, 5, 6 years now, the issues that we're having with taxis in Rotherham and things like that, when I discussed this with various people, the general consensus thing was that we didn't want to be doing anything that put us in the same basket as taxis regulated in Rotherham and Rossendale. And so what happened after that was that actually it came to full council, I think, through this committee, and the recommendation was that we actually get rid of that system and we delegate that function to the head of licensing. So whilst I know this is government guidance, I actually think it's fundamentally flawed because it doesn't provide an ostensibly independent system. The people that should be sat there, it refers to them being trained, but actually they're not judicially trained or anything like that. And I think what we've seen with the report that we had at the last meeting and the discussion that we've had earlier on today about good news stories is that the system that we've got at the moment is actually very effective. And therefore, my view would be that we shouldn't even mandate this work and we should just carry on doing what we're doing, because if it isn't broken, don't fix it.
Councillor Gregg?
Yes, thank you. Originally, my thoughts on this were to look towards bringing it before members of the committee. Having said that, having listened to what Councillor Watson has said, and obviously I can tell he's a solicitor because he's very persuasive in his points there. It's actually a good point. Maybe politicians are not the best placed to arbitrate on those decisions in individual cases. So I'm kind of agreeing with what Councillor Watson has said in keeping it in the hands of the officer in these cases. Thank you.
Councillor Firth?
I'm just going back to what Councillor Watson said. It's quite true what he said about the person that had a conviction for drug dealing was given a licence, but I wasn't on the committee. I know who was, but it wasn't me.
No, I wasn't suggesting you were sitting that day, but I think, were you chair of licensing at that time?
No, before.
Oh, it might be Councillor Smith, yeah.
I would have to fundamentally disagree with Councillor Watson's points. I think it's disproportionate to base a decision on one isolated incident. Effectively, what I think the recommendation is that should we take the decision out of one person's hands and put it into the hands of 4, 5, 3, however many people that may be. So I'm of the opinion that there definitely should be a removal of some sort of power. Now, the question for me is to what extent that should be. And personally, I think there's 2 ways that you could, or 3 ways that you could probably go about this. One, maybe the old system where you put it into the hands of a panel of councillors. The second could possibly be where you have a panel made up of councillors and other representatives, whether that's lawyers, trade unions, taxi drivers, representatives, or the third, which may be a bit left field, maybe that if you initially keep it in the hands of the officers, but you have something similar to, say, for planning, where if a ward member disagrees or thinks that policies being applied incorrectly, then it can be sent to a committee, and then that committee can make an informed decision. So I definitely think that there does need to be change, because it's just disproportionate for one person, however good they may be, to hold that amount of power, because ultimately sometimes it comes down to an interpretation of the facts. So you'd rather have more than one person interpreting to come to a decision rather than, you know, one person making that call.
So you're suggesting, councillors, a man that officers go away and have a look at what the options are?
Yeah.
Is that your recommendation? I think it's Councillor Sokal and then Councillor Amor.
I remember, Chair, when it was a councillors panel, yeah? We used to have set 5 councillors from the cross-party member, not from one party, and we used to listen the drivers and listen to their solicitor or listen to the opposite side as well, listen to the officers, you know. That time is working very well. Then is the policy change. I don't know, I can't remember why we changed that. They stopped that and they given the authority just of the officer, senior officer to deal with that. I still believe the electoral panel used to work very well, yeah. But again, I know it's 5-6 years ago. I think if we think, the members think, we should ask the officer to do further work on this one and come back to the committee again. Yeah.
Councillor Anwar?
That would be better.
Just a recommendation, if the officers want to take this on board, what I recommend is the initial decisions are left with the officers who are fully trained to do their job as licensing officers. And if a decision is not liked by a certain individual, when they appeal, the appeal can come back to a panel committee of 5 from this room. That's my recommendation, and I hope they take it on board, go away and do some research and bring it back in future, and then we can decide on it from there.
Okay, any more comment? Councillor Firth?
I'm quite happy for the officers to take this away and come back. But I think what we've got to bear in mind is that we've got to ensure that we're not out of step with the rest of West Yorkshire.
Okay, any more comments before we go to the vote?
Chair, just to pick up on a couple of points. A couple of other suggestions are around having a members' appeal panel, so officers keep decisions and members have an appeal panel there. I mean, we can certainly, you know, depending on what members say, we'll come back with a more formal response on this, but immediate thoughts on that are, once a decision's been made, at a group leader level, that decision's been made, and the appeal process that's written into legislation kicks into effect. So they've got 21 days in which to appeal that decision to the magistrates court. If members are introducing a second step to that, that eats into that 21-day appeal period. So if you're waiting to go before a panel of councillors and your 21 days expire, the councillors agree with the officers, you've lost your right of appeal. So that's one thing that's going to come out in that work as a potential stumbling block to that. In relation to being out of step of West Yorkshire, at present, following conversations we've had with other West Yorkshire managers, we're not aware of any other of the West Yorkshire authorities looking at changing their decision-making process. And just to clarify, all West Yorkshire have it at officer level.
So I'm going to ask the question about, first of all, you know, whether we agree that officers should go away, have a think about what the options are available to the committee, and come back and report on that. So let's have a show of hands in respect of that. Okay, a show of hands in respect of keeping it the way it is now, where we have a group leader who makes the decision. Okay, lovely. So the decision is officers will go away and work things up and come back with a report for us to consider how best to proceed in the future. Okay, so I think that agenda item's finished. We're moving on to the last one.
Finished. Thank you so much for your patience with that one.
Last one now, agenda item 11, And this is a review of the private hire and Hackney Statement of Fitness and Suitability Policy.
Do you want to take the presentation? Thanks. Okay, thank you. So, as the Chair has stated, the purpose of the report is to inform members of concerns that have been raised about the Council's current policy on determining the fitness and suitability to hold a private hire and Hackney carriage licence. So, members are asked to consider whether, as a result of those concerns, a review of the policy should take place. And if members are minded to agree a review is required, the scope of that review. In June, bit of background to it, in June 2019, to support the Council in exercising its functions under the 1976 Act, a robust fitness and suitability policy was adopted by members of the Licensing Safety Committee, and that is the policy that we have to date. This policy, for which you can see a copy attached to Appendix 1, provides a set of standards that all new applicants and existing licence holders are measured against, and provides that the public with the reassurance it requires when using the services of the private hire and Hackney carriage trades in the Council. The aim of the policy and the standards is set to ensure public safety is not compromised, while at the same time providing guidance to an applicant, an existing licence holder or a decision maker on the criteria to be taken into account by the Council when determining whether or not an applicant or an existing licensee on renewal is a fit and proper person to hold a Hackney carriage or private hire driver's licence. As you're aware, we presented to you in March information on the decision making and we brought it to a private session so that members could see all decisions that have been taken since the adoption of the policy. Included in that, we gave full details of every single case and specifically some more controversial cases that we dealt with. Officers informed members at the meeting on the 2nd of March that those raising concerns had been advised to use the consultation process for the DFT standards to outline what the concerns were. And those concerns will be presented to a future Licensing Safety Committee, which is what we're doing today. From the consultation response in the DFT, we actually only received 9 responses via the consultation process with regards to reviewing the suitability policy. However, officers are aware that there are concerns being raised by elected members, trade representatives, union representatives, individual drivers and some limited numbers of members of the public. In addition to the responses via the consultation, a document was also submitted to the Licensing Authority, which you can see at Appendix 2. This document is a copy of the Fitness and Suitability Policy with sections highlighted in red and commentary under those sections which detail the concerns that had been raised. There's a table that you can see on page 314 and 315. The summary of the concerns that have been raised to the licensing service over the last few months with regards to the policy. The current fitness and suitability policy is the policy of the committee, and only members of the committee can decide whether a review is required. Equally, if members are to agree that a review is necessary, it would be for members to determine the scope of that review. For example, does the whole policy require a review, or are just certain aspects, such as a section of the policy relating to minor motoring traffic convictions, for example? In deciding if a review is necessary, and if so, what the scope of that review is, members' primary concern should always be the safety of the travelling public and others who may be impacted by the private hire and Hackney carriage trades. So members are recommended to consider the issues being raised and to take a decision on whether or not a review of the policy is necessary at this time. Members are reminded the policy was adopted in August 2019, so it is 3 years old this year, and so a periodic review is not an unreasonable request. It's a matter for you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, then, just to summarise, what we've been asked today is to make a decision on, first of all, do we want a review? It's been 3 years. There is a recommendation that every 3 years a policy is reviewed. Or, if we do want to review, what's the scope of that review? What do we want the officers to review? To what extent do we want the review? To what extent do we want the officers to have a look at the review? So, for example, do we want them to look at the minor motoring convictions, which seems to be an area of contention at the moment, or are there other areas that we want them to look at? You know, holding mobile phones or something like that. So those are the 3 areas. Any questions, any comments before we go to the vote, please? Councillor Sokal.
Chair, since we had the policy about 3 years ago, it's been approved in 2019, we call it suitability. We have been constantly under attack by not only taxi trade or union, we have been even criticized by some of our own elected members. The policy doesn't work. Even some trade union, they are saying that this policy doesn't take into account the legislation, Equal Opportunity Legislation 2010. So they are asking to review this policy, and we can't ignore those views of this trade union or taxi trade or the elected member, and is, as you said, Chair, is saying that the policy must be reviewed at the end of 3 years. So I'm happy to approve that we must review this policy, suitability policy. Thank you.
Any comments? Any questions? Councillor Watson?
Yeah, I mean, it seems about time for a review. We're within the range, 3 to 5 years. If we're going to do a review, I can't see any point in doing a half-hearted job, because if we review just these specific parts at the 3-year point, then that would suggest that the rest of it should be reviewed at some point between the next 2 years. So if we're going to do it, let's just review the whole thing and put it to bed.
Yeah, I see some nodding. Right, okay, so I'm going to put the 3 questions. Okay, do we want to review? Show of hands. Okay. Do we want a review of all of the policy? Seems unanimous. So we don't just want to review specific parts of it, we want a review of all of the policy. That's my understanding. That's my takeaway. Russell, do you want to come in?
Yeah, just based on that decision then, just really some guidance from the committee. So if the whole of the policy is going to be reviewed, what sort of steer would you want to give us? Do we, you know, just because we're reviewing it doesn't mean that all aspects of it have to change. We could look at individual sections and say, okay, what's the impact of this? Do we need to change that or not? Do we go back to committee with, you know, what's happening elsewhere? I think as officers, we just need a bit of a steer as which direction the committee want the policy to go.
Councillor Sokal.
Chair, we didn't put any time limit on to review this policy. Do we think it should be completed by before the next license and license?
Well, we've given officers a lot of work to do already, haven't we? So
it's going to be difficult to achieve to do that by October. I think it's the next scheduled one. I think to put a timescale on it at this moment is difficult. We are going to have to go away and do a lot of work on that, a lot of consultation, a lot of engagement with the trade and those that have got concerns.
I understand, yeah.
I think for me, a steer or a place to begin would be based on some of the comments that have been made by elected members. We have had information from councillors who have specifically identified areas within the policy that they want looking at. I think it's important to do that. And I think from a personal point of view, definitely the minor motoring offences, because that seems to be the most contentious. Councillor Anwar?
Yeah, I just want to make recommendation on the concerns that I've received, especially within North Kirklees with the taxi drivers, is the 6 penalty point decision. I think if you have a review on that. Is it 7?
Can I just clarify it's not 6?
Has it gone up to 7?
No, it's always been 7.
It's always been
All right,
7.
okay. Well, I've been getting told it's 6, so
there's a lot of misinformation about what the policy actually says.
Right, okay. Well, what I've been getting told is if they get 6 penalty points, so that's 2 camera flashes, they're automatically banned from taxis.
No.
Can you help Councillor Anwar, the page where it's the table? I think I've just gone past it, where it clearly states. I think it's page 326.
Page 325, 326. And in 326, minor motor traffic related offences, offences which do not involve loss of life, driving under the influence of drink or drugs, driving whilst using a handheld telephone or other device, has not resulted in injury to any other person or damage to property, resulting in 7 or more points on the DVLA licence. Generally speaking, if somebody's done minor motoring convictions, you get 1 and they go on a course, so they don't get points. They'll get a second where they get 3 points. They'll get a third where they get 6 points. And then at a fourth, they usually get 9 points. So 9 times out of 10, what we are seeing is 9 points, not 7. There are occasions where if it's gone to magistrates, the magistrate may choose to deviate on the point system, but usually most of the cases that come through my desk would be when the driver is at a 9-point stage.
It's really important, I think, to clarify what it is and to make it clear to those individuals who are saying it's 6 when it's clearly 7. So if you can do that, Councillor Anwar, I'd appreciate that. Councillor Sokal?
Yeah, Chair, I am repeating again. I work on the buses for 40 years, on first buses here, and I never ever came across the management committee put the condition suitably, like he has 6 or driver gets 6 or 7 points, he been suspended, or they always carry on up to the DVLA 12-point system. Yeah, so we should not have any different policy against the other operator as well.
Councillor Anwar? Sorry, Zaman? Sorry.
Thanks.
Councillor Zaman.
I just want to firstly echo on the discussion that you had with Councillor Anwar. Even with it being 7, I feel like it is still quite low. So that's one thing that I feel that definitely needs to be looked at. If we just go through on page 314, the concerns raised. So the first point is that a licence will be automatically revoked if a driver receives 6 penalty points. I know you've clarified. I know that it's been clarified that it's 7, but my personal opinion is that needs to be reviewed. And then secondly, it goes on to say the policy does not take into account drivers' welfare or rights as worker. And the council's response has been the council only issues licences to drivers we do not employ and we do not employ them. Issues around the rights and welfare of workers fall outside the scope of this policy. Now, I understand that maybe within the actual policy itself, it might, the council might not have that remit, but still, as a local authority, I feel the council does have a duty of care to its residents and its workers, whether that's self-employed or employed, personal or private sector or public sector. I'm just saying you should have some consideration when reviewing the policy. I'm not taking a stance on it should be X or Y, but I feel like it does need to be considered when the policy is being reviewed. And thirdly, touching on Councillor Sokal's point about the concern that was raised was that other transport providers, bus drivers, train drivers, etc., don't have the same test, and your response was the authority cannot comment on the suitability tests applied by other regulators or employers. I understand you can't comment on them specifically, but again, during the review, I feel like it is important to take them into consideration, and whatever conclusions you come to, that have some regard, because if other organisations who carry out a similar function to what taxi drivers will be doing have a certain test, then I think it goes without question that needs to be taken into consideration. So I'm just putting some points which I feel like you need to think about when the review is being undertaken.
Yeah, certainly take on board those points, and thank you for the steer on what you would like us to look at. I think members also need to be mindful that some sectors do have more stringent criteria than us. So, for instance, train drivers and bus drivers are subject to random drug testing, alcohol testing. So if the trade and members want parity across the services, then members in the trade need to be careful, because parity brings with it other issues.
Councillor Watson.
Yeah, just responding to your specific question there, which was about some guidance as to the scope of the... I wouldn't want to see us today descending into debating the merits of individual policy points. My view would be, go away, have a look at the specific points that have been raised in here, and then give the whole policy a general dusting down to make sure that it's still current and complies with legislation and so forth. Don't reinvent the wheel. Again, I would say, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. But I'd be really, really keen for you to look at issues such as parity with other organisations, because I would be very much in favour of compulsory drug testing and things like that.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Chair. Just very, very quickly. In terms of the review, it would be really helpful, from my point of view as a committee member, that there would be some benchmark comparisons with regards to the contentious points that the members of the public have raised. So, for example, the number of points on your driving licence. What is the comparison locally and nationally to other local authorities? What are other local authorities doing? Because there seems to be a suggestion that Kirklees are draconian and they're applying these measures over being very, very strict with them. Maybe we are, maybe we aren't. Could we have a look at whether we are, by comparison to Leeds, by comparison to somewhere, Hampshire, I don't know, somewhere across the board, so we're getting a picture of what's going on with regards to that. Thank you.
And Councillor Firth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm agreeing with Councillor Watson again. We're talking about this next. I don't think there's much wrong with our policies. I do think they need dusting down, that's the expression, having a look. But what I'd be more interested in, you mentioned that a lot of members have concerns. I want those members to write to you with their concerns. I just don't want it just talking about it. Their concerns, put them in writing, give them to the officers, then they can address them. Okay.
Yes, Councillor Firth, that's been done a number of times. So councillors, so I've also met with those councillors as well, and we
now
have,
it's the time to do it again.
Yeah, we have talked about things, and a lot of what's been discussed today has been discussed with those councillors, but quite rightly so. You know, they're also interested in the policy being looked at and reviewed. So I think this is a good time for it to happen, especially because the committee are in consensus with that as well. Okay, lovely. So I think, unless you want to respond to that, Russell, we'll bring the meeting to a close.
Yeah, just for clarity, the document that's at Appendix 2 that's highlighted in red has come from ward councillors that express concern, so they have fed in to this process of ward councillors.
Going forward, Councillor Zamana suggested our drivers be set like others. Are we considering drug testing and alcoholic testing randomly our taxi drivers?
I'm assuming that's something that the officers will be looking at when you review the policy.
Again, if the concerns are that we are out of step with other transport providers and members want us to look at other transport providers and what their policies are, and that's in their policies and procedures, then yes, we'll bring that to members.
Yeah.
a decision.
And of course, those will be recommendations, or, you know, those will be options available. And it's down to the panel whether they want to take up those options. So we'll wait and see what the officers bring back and what direction we want them to take.
I do know train drivers that they can't have a drink 2 days before they go on shift.
Yeah, and I mean, there's also issues, isn't there, in some operations where if you get certain points, you actually lose your job. You know, you're disqualified, and possibly that's the situation with bus drivers, I don't know. But there's also other elements in terms of employment, you know, training, you know, peer support, whereas it's not the same with taxi drivers. So it's going to be difficult, you know, to compare like for like. It's going to be like apples and pears.
No, I think that just needs reiterating that I know some of the concerns are around workers' rights, and there is perhaps something that we can do with operators based on recent case law around ensuring operators are treating the people that they use, the drivers that they use for their journeys. I think there is a piece of work on that we can do, but we are not employers of drivers. We issue them a licence.
Just raise another point, Chair. And we're talking now about employment and self-employment. Did I not read a case somewhere quite recently that Uber drivers were considered as employees now? And that will raise a lot of issues for you.
Yeah, so I don't... The merits of the case are still being digested, and those with far more legalistic minds than mine will offer some guidance at some point. But there's a difference between being an employer and a worker, and that's the battle that's going on between Uber and the unions at the moment, and what rights they've got. And so that case is still being digested. Once we know more and we've got more guidance on that, we will be speaking to the operators and the impact of that on them.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. Have a safe journey home, and we'll see you on the next occasion. Thank you so much.